Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Here are 10 powerful lessons from Stoic wisdom to help you reinvent yourself in 2025. You've probably tried to change before, only to fall back into old patterns. But what if the problem isn't you? It's the way you're approaching reinvention. The Stoics believed that true transformation starts not with grand gestures, but with mastering your mindset and focusing on what's within your control. Imagine waking up every day with clarity and purpose, no longer held back by fear, regret, or distractions. Picture yourself calmly navigating challenges, building habits that stick, and becoming the person you've always wanted to be. The process isn't easy, but it's simple. In the next few minutes, you'll discover timeless principles that have helped people for centuries, from Roman emperors to modern thinkers, reshape their lives. And by the end of this, you'll have a clear roadmap to make 2025 your most transformative year yet. 1. Embrace the power of the present moment. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Seneca. How often do we waste time overthinking the past or fearing what lies ahead? I used to spend hours replaying past mistakes in my mind, wondering how I could have avoided them. Worse, I'd lose sleep worrying about the future, whether my plans would work out or if I'd fail yet again. But nothing ever changed until I learned to focus on the present moment, where my true power lies. Imagine standing at the edge of a forest. You're carrying a heavy bag of regrets from the past and a backpack full of fears about the future. Every step forward feels impossible. The Stoics teach us to put those burdens down and focus on the path right in front of us. That's where reinvention begins. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, but now. I started practicing this principle with small changes. Every morning, I ask myself, what is one thing I can do today to improve my life? Instead of worrying about a year-long fitness goal, I committed to 20 minutes of exercise that day. Instead of regretting a broken friendship, I reached out to one person I cared about. These small, intentional actions in the present moment added up over time. Think about your own life. Is there a project you've been postponing because it feels overwhelming? Break it down into something you can tackle today. Are you stuck in a cycle of regret? Write down one lesson you've learned and focus on using it now. The Stoics remind us that life unfolds in the present. By grounding yourself in today's actions, you'll build a future worth looking forward to, step by step, moment by moment. 2. Define your core values. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. Marcus Aurelius. Reinvention is impossible without knowing who you are and what you stand for. In my early 20s, I chased success without purpose. I worked hard but felt unfulfilled. Why? Because I never paused to ask myself what truly mattered to me. I was living by others' expectations, not my own values. Defining your core values is like setting the coordinates for your GPS. Without them, you'll wander aimlessly. One weekend, inspired by Marcus Aurelius, I wrote down 5 values that I wanted to live by: integrity, growth, kindness, resilience, and gratitude. They became my guideposts for decision-making. For example, When I was offered a job with higher pay but questionable ethics, I said no. It felt uncomfortable at first, but staying true to my values gave me peace of mind. You can try the same exercise. Take 15 minutes today to reflect on what matters most to you. What kind of person do you want to be? What qualities do you admire in others? Write these down and then ask yourself, am I living in alignment with these values? If not, start small. If kindness is one of your values, practice it by helping a stranger. If growth matters to you, spend 10 minutes learning a new skill. Reinvention doesn't happen overnight, but aligning your actions with your values will bring you closer to the person you want to become. 3. Detach from external validation. He who looks outside dreams, he who looks inside awakes. Epictetus. For years, I measured my worth by others' approval. A promotion felt good only if my friends were impressed. A social media post felt meaningful only if it got likes. But chasing external validation is like running on a treadmill. You're always moving, but never going anywhere. One day, I came across Epictetus's teaching that freedom comes from within. I decided to stop living for applause and start living for purpose. It wasn't easy. When I started a new project, I'd catch myself worrying. What will people think if I fail? To combat this, I began journaling every night, reflecting on whether I lived by my values that day. Did I act with courage? Did I do something meaningful? If the answer was yes, I considered the day a success, regardless of anyone else's opinion. You can do this too. Instead of seeking external praise, ask yourself, am I proud of my effort? If you're learning a new skill, don't worry about being perfect. Focus on showing up and improving. Detaching from external validation doesn't mean ignoring feedback. It means valuing your own growth and integrity over fleeting opinions. When you live for yourself, not others, reinvention becomes a journey of self-fulfillment. 4. Master self-discipline. Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things beyond our control. Epictetus. Reinvention requires consistency, and consistency demands discipline. A few years ago, I set a goal to run a 10K. I was excited at first, but after a week, the motivation faded. I skipped runs and made excuses. Then, I realized that motivation is fleeting, but discipline is reliable. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions, not our feelings. I started small, committing to run for just 10 minutes a day. On days when I didn't feel like running, I reminded myself of Epictetus's wisdom. We cannot control the wind, but we can adjust our sails. My feelings were the wind, unpredictable and ever-changing. My discipline was the sail, guiding me toward my goal regardless of the conditions. Think about an area in your life where you lack consistency. Whether it's fitness, learning, or relationships, set a small, achievable daily goal. Focus on showing up, even if the effort feels minimal. Over time, these small acts of discipline compound into significant change. Reinvention isn't about doing extraordinary things once. It's about doing ordinary things consistently. 5. Learn from failure. Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body. Seneca. Failure used to paralyze me. If I didn't succeed, I saw it as proof that I wasn't good enough. But Seneca's wisdom changed my perspective. He taught me that failure is a teacher, not an enemy. It's an opportunity to grow stronger. I once launched a business idea that flopped spectacularly. I lost time, money, and confidence. But instead of wallowing, I wrote down 3 lessons from the experience. First, I learned the importance of market research. Second, I realized the value of a solid support network. Third, I discovered that resilience is my greatest asset. The next time you face failure, resist the urge to see it as a dead end. Instead, ask, what can I learn from this? Write down your lessons and apply them moving forward. Each failure is a stepping stone toward your reinvention. Remember, the only true failure is giving up. 6. Practice negative visualization. Prepare yourself for the worst and you will never be disappointed. Seneca. Negative visualization might sound counterproductive, but it's one of the most powerful tools for personal reinvention. I used to fear failure so much that it kept me from trying new things. Then I discovered this Stoic practice. Imagining the worst-case scenario, not to dwell on it, but to prepare for it. When I considered starting a new job, I was terrified of failing, so I sat down and wrote out the worst that could happen. I might struggle at first, make mistakes, or even lose the job. Then I asked myself, if this happens, what will I do? I realized that even if I failed, I could learn, grow, and try again. This exercise transformed my fear into action. Think about a challenge you're avoiding. Visualize the worst outcome, then plan how you would handle it. You'll find that the fear loses its grip and you gain the courage to act. Negative visualization doesn't mean expecting bad things to happen. It means building resilience for whatever comes your way. 7. Let go of what you can't control. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Marcus Aurelius. Reinvention requires focus, but too often we waste energy worrying about things beyond our control. I used to agonize over others' opinions of me, replaying conversations in my head and wondering if I'd said the wrong thing. It was exhausting and unproductive. The Stoics remind us that we control only our thoughts, actions, and reactions. I started asking myself, am I worrying about something I can influence? If the answer was no, I let it go. When a colleague criticized my work, I focused on improving my skills rather than pleasing everyone. When a project went sideways, I concentrated on what I could fix instead of lamenting what went wrong. Take a moment today to list what's bothering you. Then divide the list into 2 columns, what I can control and what I can't. Let go of the second column and direct your energy toward the first. You'll feel lighter, clearer, and more empowered to reinvent yourself. 8. Cultivate gratitude. Do not indulge in dreams of having what you do not have, but reckon up the chief of the blessings you do possess. Marcus Aurelius. Reinvention often focuses on what we want to change, but gratitude reminds us to appreciate what we already have. There was a time when I felt stuck, frustrated by everything I hadn't achieved. Then I began a gratitude practice, listing 3 things I was thankful for each morning. It was transformative. I realized I had so much to be grateful for: supportive friends, a healthy body, and the freedom to pursue my goals. Gratitude shifted my mindset from scarcity to abundance. Instead of focusing on what was missing, I saw opportunities everywhere. Start your own gratitude practice. Each morning, write down 3 things you're thankful for. They don't have to be big. Maybe it's the sunrise, a kind word from a friend, or the chance to start fresh. Gratitude fuels positivity, which in turn strengthens your resolve to grow and improve. 9. Serve a higher purpose. Man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems. Epictetus. Reinvention is most meaningful when it's connected to something larger than yourself. For years, I focused solely on personal goals, but I felt a sense of emptiness. Then, I began volunteering at a local shelter, and everything changed. Contributing to others gave my life a deeper sense of purpose. What cause or mission speaks to you? It doesn't have to be grand. Helping a neighbor, mentoring someone, or contributing to your community can be powerful. When your reinvention is tied to serving others, you'll find new motivation and fulfillment. Purpose gives your efforts meaning, even when the journey gets tough. 10. Remain flexible and open to change. No man steps in the same river twice, for it is not the same river, and he is not the same man. Heraclitus. Reinvention is a process, not a destination. I used to believe that once I achieved certain goals, I'd be complete. But life has a way of surprising us. The Stoics teach that change is constant, and adaptability is key. When a career opportunity arose in a field I hadn't considered, my first instinct was to reject it. But then I remembered that growth often comes from unexpected places. I took the leap, and it turned out to be one of the best decisions of my life. In 2025, approach your reinvention with curiosity and flexibility. Be willing to pivot, try new things, and embrace the unknown. Change is inevitable, but it's also where growth happens. By staying open, you'll discover paths you never imagined. Reinventing yourself is a journey, not a quick fix, and these 10 Stoic lessons are here to guide you every step of the way. Remember, each small action you take today builds the foundation for a stronger, more purposeful tomorrow. Whether it's focusing on the present, mastering self-discipline, or aligning your life with your core values, you hold the power to create lasting change. If you found these insights helpful, give this video a thumbs up to let us know. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss more content on Stoicism, self-improvement, and wisdom for living a better life. We'd love to hear from you. What lesson resonated with you the most? Are there any Stoic practices you've already started using? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Your journey could inspire someone else to start theirs. Thanks for watching, and here's to making 2025 a year of transformation.
Imagine waking up each morning with a profound sense of purpose, navigating life's challenges with unshakable resilience, and finding peace amidst chaos. What if the secret to such a life lies in the wisdom of a Roman emperor? Marcus Aurelius, one of the most revered Stoic philosophers, left behind timeless advice that has guided individuals through centuries. His insights, carved out of his meditations during the twilight of the Roman Empire, hold the key to a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. In the hustle and bustle of our modern world, we often lose sight of the principles that can ground us. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom offers a beacon of light, reminding us of what truly matters. Each piece of advice is a gem, crafted to help us live with greater clarity, purpose, and inner peace. Join me as we delve into 12 powerful lessons from Marcus Aurelius, lessons that can transform your life. From embracing adversity to practicing mindfulness, these principles will equip you with the tools to face any challenge and thrive in every aspect of your life. Let's embark on this journey of Stoic wisdom and uncover the profound impact it can have on our daily lives. Number 1, live in accordance with nature. Imagine the tranquility of a river flowing effortlessly through the landscape, or a tree growing steadily towards the sky. This harmony with nature is what Marcus Aurelius urges us to emulate in our own lives. To live in accordance with nature means to accept the natural flow of events, understanding that everything happens for a reason. It is about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and aligning our actions with the greater order of the universe. By resisting this natural order, we invite unnecessary suffering. When we fight against what is, we create turmoil within ourselves. Instead, we should strive to understand our place in the world and work in harmony with it. This doesn't mean passivity, rather it calls for active participation in life with a deep sense of acceptance and purpose. Embrace the events of your life, both good and bad, as necessary parts of your journey. Accepting the ebb and flow of life brings a sense of peace and resilience. It allows you to respond to challenges with grace and to appreciate the beauty of existence in all its forms. By living in accordance with nature, you cultivate inner tranquility and wisdom, navigating life with a steady and calm mind. Number 2, control your perceptions. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. These words from Marcus Aurelius remind us that our perceptions shape our reality. It is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. To live a Stoic life is to master the art of controlling our perceptions. When faced with adversity, our initial reaction is often emotional and impulsive. We allow our judgments to cloud our vision, leading to unnecessary distress. Instead, we should strive to pause, reflect, and see things as they truly are. This practice helps in maintaining a clear and objective mind, free from the turmoil of unfounded fears and anxieties. Imagine a stormy sea. If you're tossed around by every wave, you will never find peace. But if you learn to navigate through the storm, you will find calm, even amidst chaos. Similarly, by controlling your perceptions, you remain centered regardless of external circumstances. You become the master of your mind, capable of choosing responses that align with wisdom and virtue. Remember, your mind is a powerful tool. Use it to shape a reality that reflects calmness, strength, and resilience. By controlling your perceptions, you reclaim your power and move through life with grace and fortitude. Number 3, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being fully present in the moment. It is about engaging with the here and now without being distracted by the past or the future. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of this practice, urging us to focus on what we are doing and give it our full attention. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in a whirlwind of thoughts and activities. We often find ourselves multitasking, spreading our attention thin and missing out on the richness of the present moment. Mindfulness calls us back to the simplicity and clarity of focusing on one thing at a time. When you're mindful, you bring a deep sense of awareness to your actions. Whether it's a mundane task or a significant endeavor, you approach it with the same level of attention and care. This not only enhances the quality of your work, but also fosters a sense of fulfillment and peace. Consider a craftsman who pours his heart into his creation, fully immersed in the process. His dedication transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. Similarly, by practicing mindfulness, you elevate your daily experiences, finding joy and meaning in each moment. Embrace mindfulness as a way to connect deeply with your life, cultivating a presence that is both serene and powerful. Number 4, accept impermanence. Impermanence is a fundamental truth of life that Marcus Aurelius urges us to accept. Everything in existence, including our own lives, is temporary. This realization can be both sobering and liberating. By accepting impermanence, we reduce our attachment to things and people, and in doing so, we minimize suffering. Imagine holding sand in your hand. The tighter you grasp, the more it slips away. But if you hold it gently, you can appreciate its presence without the fear of losing it. Similarly, by accepting the transient nature of life, you learn to cherish each moment without clinging to it. This acceptance doesn't mean indifference. On the contrary, it deepens your appreciation for the present and the people around you. You become more compassionate, understanding that everyone is on their own unique journey, subject to the same impermanence. You also become more resilient, knowing that challenges and hardships are temporary and will pass. By embracing impermanence, you free yourself from the chains of fear and attachment. You learn to live more fully, appreciating the beauty and fragility of life. This wisdom allows you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace, finding peace in the ever-changing flow of existence. Number 5, be virtuous. At the heart of Marcus Aurelius' philosophy is the cultivation of virtue. Wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are the cornerstones of a good life. These virtues are not just moral guidelines, but practical tools for navigating the complexities of existence. Wisdom involves the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. It is about seeking the truth and making informed decisions. Courage is the strength to face adversity and take action, even when it is difficult. Justice is about treating others fairly and with respect, recognizing the inherent value in every person. Temperance is the practice of self-control, balancing desires and impulses to maintain harmony. Living a virtuous life requires constant effort and reflection. It is a commitment to growth and integrity, striving to align your actions with your highest values. This path is not always easy, but it is profoundly rewarding. Consider the impact of these virtues on your daily life. Wisdom guides your choices. Courage propels you forward. Justice fosters meaningful relationships. And temperance keeps you grounded. By embodying these principles, you become a source of strength and inspiration to others, creating a ripple effect of goodness in the world. Number 6, work for the common good. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that we are all part of a larger community. Our actions have an impact beyond ourselves, and we have a responsibility to contribute to the common good. This sense of duty transcends self-interest, calling us to act with compassion and generosity. Imagine a beehive where each bee works tirelessly not just for its own benefit, but for the survival and prosperity of the entire colony. Similarly, we should strive to support and uplift those around us. This can be through small acts of kindness, volunteering, or simply being a reliable and considerate person. Working for the common good creates a sense of purpose and fulfillment. It connects us to others, fostering a sense of belonging and mutual respect. It also cultivates a sense of humility as we recognize that we are part of something greater than ourselves. By prioritizing the well-being of others, you enrich your own life. You develop deeper relationships, experience the joy of making a difference, and contribute to a more compassionate and just world. Embrace this Stoic principle and let it guide your actions, creating a legacy of goodness that extends far beyond your own life. Number 7, embrace adversity. Adversity is an inevitable part of life, but Marcus Aurelius teaches us to view it as an opportunity for growth. Challenges and obstacles are not merely setbacks, but valuable lessons that strengthen our character and resilience. Consider the process of forging steel. It must endure intense heat and pressure to become strong and durable. Similarly, adversity can forge our inner strength, helping us to develop qualities like patience, perseverance, and wisdom. Each challenge faced and overcome makes us more robust and capable. When confronted with difficulties, it's natural to feel disheartened. But instead of succumbing to despair, we can choose to see adversity as a chance to prove our mettle. This shift in perspective transforms obstacles into stepping stones, leading us to greater heights. Embracing adversity also builds resilience, enabling us to bounce back from setbacks with greater ease. We learn to adapt, to find solutions, and to remain steadfast in our pursuits. This resilience not only benefits us but also inspires those around us, showing them that strength and growth are possible even in the face of hardship. Adopt a Stoic approach to adversity, viewing it as a teacher and ally. By doing so, you cultivate a mindset of strength and optimism, ready to face life's challenges with courage and grace. Number 8, simplify your life. In a world filled with distractions and complexities, Marcus Aurelius advises us to simplify our lives. This means focusing on what truly matters and eliminating the unnecessary. Simplicity brings clarity, peace, and a deeper sense of fulfillment. Think of a cluttered room. It's hard to find what you need, and the mess creates stress. But when you declutter, everything becomes more accessible and the space feels more serene. Similarly, simplifying your life allows you to concentrate on your core values and goals, reducing stress and enhancing your overall well-being. To simplify, start by identifying what is essential, what brings you joy and purpose, what aligns with your values and long-term aspirations. Focus on these aspects and let go of the rest. This might involve decluttering your physical space, setting boundaries in your relationships, or streamlining your daily routines. Simplicity also means being mindful of how you spend your time and energy. Avoid overcommitting and learn to say no to things that don't serve your higher purpose. This creates space for what truly matters, allowing you to live more intentionally and authentically. By embracing simplicity, you free yourself from the chaos of modern life. You create a life that is rich in meaning, where you can focus on personal growth, relationships, and the pursuit of your true passions. Simplify and discover the profound peace that comes from living a life aligned with your values. Number 9, practice gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful practice that Marcus Aurelius encourages us to cultivate. By regularly reminding ourselves of the things we are grateful for, we shift our focus from what is lacking to what is abundant in our lives. This simple yet profound shift can transform our outlook and enhance our well-being. Imagine starting each day by acknowledging the things you are thankful for. It could be the warmth of the sun, the support of a loved one, or the opportunity to pursue your passions. This practice of gratitude helps you to see the positives, even in challenging times, and fosters a sense of contentment. Gratitude also deepens our connections with others. When we express appreciation, we strengthen our relationships and create a positive ripple effect. People feel valued and recognized, leading to more harmonious and supportive interactions. Moreover, gratitude nurtures resilience. In moments of adversity, focusing on what we are grateful for can provide comfort and perspective. It reminds us of our strengths and the resources we have to overcome difficulties. Incorporate gratitude into your daily routine. Keep a gratitude journal, share your appreciation with others, or simply take a moment each day to reflect on your blessings. By doing so, you cultivate a mindset of abundance and positivity, enriching your life and the lives of those around you. Number 10, maintain self-discipline. Self-discipline is the cornerstone of a Stoic life. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that controlling our impulses and desires is essential for achieving true freedom and living a virtuous life. Self-discipline is not about harsh self-denial, but about making conscious choices that align with our values and long-term goals. Consider the power of self-discipline in shaping your life. It enables you to stay focused on your priorities, resist distractions, and overcome procrastination. It helps you to develop healthy habits, whether it's through regular exercise, mindful eating, or consistent study. These habits build a foundation for a fulfilling and productive life. Self-discipline also enhances your emotional resilience. By learning to control your reactions, you navigate challenges with a calm and steady mind. You become less swayed by fleeting emotions and more anchored in your principles. Imagine a disciplined artist who practices daily, honing their craft with dedication. Their discipline leads to mastery and fulfillment. Similarly, by cultivating self-discipline, you unlock your potential and achieve greater heights in your personal and professional life. Embrace self-discipline as a tool for empowerment. Set clear goals, establish routines, and hold yourself accountable. By doing so, you create a life of purpose and integrity, guided by your highest values and aspirations. Number 11, accept criticism gracefully. Criticism is an inevitable part of life, but how we respond to it can define our growth and character. Marcus Aurelius advises us to accept criticism gracefully, viewing it as a tool for self-improvement rather than a personal attack. When faced with criticism, our initial reaction might be defensiveness or hurt. However, by adopting a Stoic perspective, we can see criticism as an opportunity to learn and grow. It requires humility to acknowledge that we're not perfect and that others can offer valuable insights into our actions and behaviors. Consider the example of a seasoned craftsman. When his work is critiqued, he listens attentively, eager to refine his skills. He understands that constructive feedback is a gift that can help him achieve excellence. Similarly, we should approach criticism with an open mind, discerning its validity and applying it where it can benefit us. Accepting criticism gracefully also strengthens our relationships. It shows that we are willing to listen, learn, and grow, fostering mutual respect and understanding. It demonstrates emotional maturity and a commitment to personal development. Embrace criticism as a path to self-improvement. Listen without judgment. Reflect on the feedback and use it to enhance your growth. By doing so, you cultivate resilience, humility, and a continuous drive towards becoming your best self. Number 12, reflect daily. Daily reflection is a cornerstone of Stoic practice, emphasized by Marcus Aurelius. Taking time each day to reflect on your actions, thoughts, and experiences fosters self-awareness and continuous personal growth. This habit allows you to learn from your experiences and make conscious adjustments to your behavior. Imagine ending each day with a few moments of quiet contemplation. You review your interactions, decisions, and reactions, considering what went well and what could be improved. This practice helps you to identify patterns, recognize achievements, and address areas that need attention. Daily reflection also cultivates a deeper understanding of your values and goals. It keeps you aligned with your principles, ensuring that your actions are in harmony with your true self. This alignment brings a sense of clarity and purpose, guiding you through life's complexities with confidence and wisdom. Consider a gardener who tends to his plants each day, observing their growth and making necessary adjustments. Similarly, through daily reflection, you nurture your inner landscape, fostering a life of integrity and meaning. Make daily reflection a non-negotiable part of your routine. Whether through journaling, meditation, or quiet contemplation, dedicate time to review and learn from your day. This practice will enrich your life, guiding you towards continuous improvement and a deeper connection with your authentic self. As we wrap up our exploration of Marcus Aurelius's timeless wisdom, remember that these principles are not just historical artifacts. They are practical tools for a richer, more resilient life. Embracing adversity, practicing mindfulness, and living in accordance with nature are just a few ways you can transform your daily experiences. If you found value in these insights, imagine the impact they can have when applied consistently. Let Marcus Aurelius's teachings be your guide to navigating life's complexities with grace and strength. Your journey towards a wiser, more fulfilling life begins now.
Feeling unloved. Discover what it truly means and how to overcome it. In the intricate tapestry of human existence, Love is a thread that weaves through every aspect of our lives. It is the foundation upon which we build our connections, our self-worth, and our understanding of the world. Yet there are times when love seems to elude us, leaving us feeling isolated and incomplete. This absence of love is more than just an emotional void. It is a powerful indicator that reveals deeper truths about ourselves and our lives. In this video, we will explore the profound implications of a lack of love. We will delve into the signs that indicate love's absence, reflect on how it affects our self-esteem and mental health, and examine the impact it has on our relationships. Through the lens of Stoic wisdom, particularly the teachings of Seneca, we will uncover how embracing solitude and focusing on self-improvement can transform this lack into a powerful opportunity for growth. Part 2. Reflection on self-worth. Part 1. Understanding the lack of love. To understand the absence of love, we must first define what love truly encompasses. Love is a multifaceted emotion, manifesting in various forms such as romantic love, familial love, friendship, and, most crucially, self-love. Each form of love plays a vital role in our lives, offering support, connection, and a sense of belonging. When one or more of these forms is absent, it can significantly impact our emotional well-being. Identifying the absence of love in your life involves a keen sense of self-awareness. Do you feel disconnected from those around you? Are you constantly seeking validation and approval from others? Do you struggle with feelings of unworthiness or inadequacy? These are all potential indicators that you may be experiencing a lack of love. It's important to recognize that these feelings are not uncommon, and acknowledging them is the first step towards addressing the underlying issues. A vivid example can be found in the story of Jane, a successful professional who seemed to have everything she needed. Despite her achievements, Jane felt a profound emptiness and a persistent sense of loneliness. She realized that her relationships were superficial, driven by external validation rather than genuine connection. This lack of authentic love led Jane to a critical self-reflection, where she discovered that her self-esteem was heavily reliant on the opinions of others. Drawing from Stoic philosophy, Seneca's teachings emphasize the importance of inner worth and self-contentment. According to Seneca, true contentment comes from within, not from external sources. This principle underscores the need to cultivate self-love and inner strength, as these are the foundations of genuine happiness and fulfillment. Understanding the lack of love requires us to look inward and assess our own lives. It's a call to action, to evaluate our relationships and the role love plays within them. By doing so, we can begin to address the root causes of our feelings of emptiness and take steps towards a more fulfilling and love-filled life. Part 2. Reflection on self-worth. The absence of love often mirrors deeper issues related to our self-esteem and self-worth. When we feel unloved, it can be a reflection of how we perceive ourselves and our intrinsic value. This connection between external love and internal self-worth is a pivotal insight that requires introspection and understanding. Self-esteem is the foundation of how we view ourselves and our place in the world. It shapes our interactions, our decisions, and our overall outlook on life. When we lack self-love, it becomes challenging to accept love from others genuinely. This can create a vicious cycle where our need for external validation overshadows our ability to cultivate and appreciate our own self-worth. Consider the story of Mark, a young professional who excelled in his career but constantly felt inadequate in his personal life. Despite his professional achievements, Mark struggled with the feelings of insecurity and unworthiness. His relationships were characterized by a constant need for approval and reassurance. It wasn't until Mark began to reflect on his own self-esteem issues that he realized his lack of self-love was driving his need for external validation. By addressing his self-esteem, Mark started to build healthier, more fulfilling relationships based on mutual respect and genuine connection. Stoic philosophy, particularly Seneca's teachings, provides valuable insights into this issue. Seneca emphasized that true contentment and self-worth come from within. According to him, we should not rely on external sources for our happiness and sense of self. Instead, we should cultivate an inner resilience and self-appreciation that is independent of others' opinions and actions. This inner strength allows us to navigate the world with confidence and peace, regardless of external circumstances. Reflecting on self-worth means examining our beliefs about ourselves and challenging the negative perceptions that undermine our confidence. It involves practicing self-compassion, recognizing our strengths, and understanding that our value is not determined by others, but by our own intrinsic qualities. By fostering a healthy sense of self-worth, we can break the cycle of dependency on external validation and begin to attract and accept genuine love into our lives. Ultimately, the lack of love can serve as a powerful mirror, reflecting our internal struggles with self-esteem. By addressing these issues and embracing the wisdom of self-worth, we can transform our lives and relationships, creating a foundation of love that begins within and extends outward. Part 3. Impact on mental health. The absence of love can have profound effects on our mental health. When we feel unloved, it often manifests as anxiety, depression, and a host of other emotional challenges. These feelings are not just fleeting moments of sadness. They are deep-seated issues that can significantly impact our overall well-being. Anxiety, for example, can stem from the constant fear of rejection and the need for validation. Without a sense of love and support, we might find ourselves in a perpetual state of worry, questioning our worth and fearing abandonment. Depression, on the other hand, often follows the realization that we are not receiving the love and connection we crave. This can lead to feelings of hopelessness and despair, making it difficult to find joy in everyday life. Consider the case of Sarah, who always felt like an outsider in her family. Despite her achievements and efforts to connect, she never felt truly loved or appreciated. This lack of familial love led Sarah into a deep depression, where she questioned her worth and purpose. It wasn't until Sarah sought therapy and began addressing her mental health that she could see the patterns in her relationships and work towards healing. Stoic philosophy offers valuable tools for dealing with these emotional challenges. Seneca advised focusing on what is within our control and accepting what is not. This approach helps us manage our emotional responses and maintain inner peace, even in the face of external difficulties. By practicing mindfulness and cultivating resilience, we can better cope with the emotional impacts of feeling unloved. Understanding the impact of a lack of love on mental health underscores the importance of seeking help and support. Therapy, self-help strategies, and building a network of supportive relationships are crucial steps toward healing. By addressing the emotional toll of feeling unloved, we can begin to rebuild our mental health and create a more stable, fulfilling life. Part 4. Evaluating relationships. A lack of love often signals deeper issues within our relationships. Toxic relationships can exacerbate feelings of unworthiness and isolation. Identifying and addressing these unhealthy dynamics is essential for emotional well-being and personal growth. Toxic relationships are characterized by manipulation, control, and a lack of mutual respect. These relationships drain our emotional energy and reinforce negative self-perceptions. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship, such as constant criticism, lack of support, and emotional manipulation, is the first step toward breaking free from its harmful effects. Take the example of David, who was in a long-term relationship with a partner who constantly belittled him and undermined his confidence. Over time, David's self-esteem eroded, and he began to believe he was unworthy of love and respect. By recognizing the toxicity of his relationship and choosing to leave, David embarked on a journey of self-discovery and healing. He learned to set healthy boundaries and surround himself with people who valued and respected him. Seneca's wisdom teaches us the importance of choosing our companions wisely. According to Stoic principles, we should surround ourselves with individuals who uplift and inspire us, rather than those who bring us down. Setting healthy boundaries and recognizing red flags are crucial steps in fostering positive, supportive relationships. Evaluating our relationships involves honest self-reflection and courage. It means acknowledging when a relationship is detrimental to our well-being and taking steps to change it. By prioritizing our emotional health and seeking relationships built on mutual respect and genuine care, we can create a supportive environment that nurtures love and self-worth. Part 5. Self-improvement and growth. The absence of love presents a unique opportunity for self-improvement and personal growth. Instead of viewing it as a deficit, we can reframe it as a catalyst for positive change and self-discovery. Self-love practices are essential for building a strong foundation of self-worth. These practices include self-care routines, positive affirmations, and setting personal goals. By taking time to nurture ourselves, we cultivate a sense of inner peace and confidence that is not dependent on external validation. Consider the story of Emily, who, after a series of failed relationships, decided to focus on herself. She began a journey of self-improvement, taking up new hobbies, setting career goals, and practicing mindfulness. Through this process, Emily discovered her passions and built a strong sense of self-worth. When she eventually entered a new relationship, it was based on mutual respect and shared values, rather than a need for validation. Stoic philosophy encourages us to focus on what we can control: our actions, our thoughts, and our responses. By embracing this mindset, we can take proactive steps toward self-improvement. Whether it's through learning new skills, setting personal goals, or practicing gratitude, each step we take towards self-improvement strengthens our sense of self-love and worth. Personal development is a continuous journey. By committing to self-improvement, we not only enhance our own lives, but also attract healthier, more fulfilling relationships. As we grow and evolve, we create a life that reflects our true values and desires. Part 6. Embracing solitude. In our quest for love and connection, we often overlook the value of solitude. Embracing solitude can be a powerful tool for self-discovery and personal growth. It provides us with the space to reflect, recharge, and cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves. Solitude is not about being lonely. It's about finding peace and contentment within ourselves. It allows us to disconnect from external distractions and focus on our inner world. This introspective time is essential for personal growth and self-awareness. Think of John, who, after a painful breakup, decided to spend time alone rather than jumping into another relationship. During this period of solitude, John practiced meditation, journaling, and self-reflection. He discovered his passions, set new goals, and built a strong sense of self-worth. When he was ready to enter a new relationship, it was from a place of confidence and self-assurance. Stoic practices such as mindfulness and meditation can help us embrace and benefit from solitude. By focusing on the present moment and cultivating a sense of inner peace, we can find strength and clarity in being alone. This inner tranquility allows us to approach life's challenges with resilience and composure. Embracing solitude means making time for ourselves and valuing our own company. It's about recognizing that our worth is not defined by our relationships but by our own intrinsic qualities. By finding contentment within ourselves, we can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and confidence. In conclusion, the lack of love can be a profound indicator of deeper issues within ourselves and our lives. By understanding and addressing these issues, we can transform this absence into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. Reflecting on our self-worth, evaluating our relationships, and embracing solitude are essential steps in this journey. As we navigate this path, let us draw upon the wisdom of Stoic philosophy to cultivate inner strength and resilience. By focusing on what we can control and finding contentment within ourselves, we can create a life that is rich in love and fulfillment. Remember, the journey of self-discovery and growth is continuous. Each step we take brings us closer to a deeper understanding of ourselves and a more fulfilling life. Let us embrace this journey with courage and wisdom, turning the lack of love into a catalyst for profound personal transformation.
Here are 10 powerful ways to recognize envy and falsehood in others, because not everyone cheering for you is truly on your side. Think about this. Have you ever shared a personal win, only to notice someone's smile fade, their tone shift, or hear a subtle dig disguised as advice? Envy doesn't always show up in obvious ways. It hides in small, calculated behaviors. And spotting falsehood can be even trickier. It often lurks behind exaggerated praise, unwarranted criticism, or suspicious silence. If you felt the sting of insincere support or sensed someone secretly competing with you, this video will give you the clarity to identify these patterns and protect your peace. We're diving deep into real-life examples, actionable insights, and the psychology behind envy and falsehood. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these subtle signs, but also know how to respond with confidence and grace. Let's uncover the truth together and strengthen your relationships while staying true to your path. 1. Subtle criticism disguised as advice. I once shared my excitement about launching a new project with a colleague. Instead of offering encouragement, they said, "That's ambitious, but are you sure you can handle it? It might be too much for someone with your experience." At first, I brushed it off as concern, but over time I realized this wasn't an isolated incident. Each time I brought up a new idea or accomplishment, they had a similar reaction, couching doubt as advice. Subtle criticism disguised as advice often comes from people who feel threatened by your progress. Instead of directly putting you down, they cloak their envy in seemingly well-meaning suggestions. For instance, Imagine telling a friend about your goal to start a fitness routine. Instead of cheering you on, they might say, "That's great, but don't get your hopes up. It's really hard to stick to a plan." This type of comment plants seeds of self-doubt while appearing supportive. These behaviors can also show up in personal relationships. A friend of mine shared how, when she was planning her wedding, her cousin constantly offered advice that undermined her choices. Comments like, "Those flowers are nice, but wouldn't something simpler suit you better?" made her second-guess decisions she'd been happy with before. The key to recognizing this subtle envy is to look for patterns. Does the person habitually cast doubt on your ideas or achievements under the guise of helping? Genuine advice is constructive and uplifting, even when it points out challenges. In contrast, envious remarks often leave you feeling deflated or uncertain. Recognizing this behavior helps you build resilience. Learn to trust your instincts and differentiate between genuine support and masked negativity. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth instead of subtly questioning it. 2. Downplaying your achievements. When I landed my first significant promotion, I was ecstatic and shared the news with a group of friends. Most were thrilled for me, but one friend responded with, "Oh, promotions are nice, but it's not like you're running the company." The comment stung. It wasn't outright negative, but it clearly aimed to minimize my success. People who downplay your achievements often feel threatened by your progress. Instead of celebrating with you, they shift the focus away from your success or frame it as less impressive. For example, if you've just completed a marathon, they might say, "A lot of people do marathons these days. It's not that rare anymore." These remarks often reflect their internal struggle with feelings of inadequacy or envy. Another instance came from a relative of mine. When I told her I had started a YouTube channel and was gaining subscribers, she replied, "You know, anyone can start a YouTube channel these days. The real challenge is making money from it." While technically true, her comment didn't acknowledge my accomplishment. It was a subtle way of bringing me down. This behavior also appears in workplace dynamics. A colleague might say, "That's a good idea, but isn't it just a variation of something we've done before?" Or, "Congrats on the award, but didn't the whole team contribute?" These remarks diminish your effort and success, leaving you questioning the validity of your achievements. The best way to handle this is to recognize that their reaction is about them, not you. Stay proud of your accomplishments, regardless of others' attempts to downplay them. Share your wins with people who genuinely appreciate and encourage your growth. And remember that your achievements are valid, no matter how others try to frame them. 3. Excessive flattery. I once worked with someone who always seemed overly complimentary. Every time I completed even the smallest task, they would say things like, "Wow, you're absolutely brilliant. I don't know how you do it." At first, it felt great. Who doesn't enjoy praise? But over time, the exaggeration felt insincere and even manipulative. Excessive flattery can be a tool for envious individuals to mask their true feelings or intentions. They might use it to gain your trust or deflect suspicion about their envy. For example, a friend might gush over how perfect your relationship is, saying, "You two are the ideal couple. I wish I had what you have," while simultaneously criticizing your partner behind your back. Their flattery becomes a cover for their underlying resentment. In professional settings, this behavior can be even more calculated. A colleague may overpraise your ideas during meetings. "This is revolutionary. You're a genius." only to later subtly sabotage your efforts by withholding information or spreading doubt about your capabilities. Their goal is to inflate your confidence temporarily while keeping you off balance. Excessive flattery often lacks specificity. Genuine compliments focus on particular actions or qualities, such as, "Your presentation was so engaging, especially how you broke down the complex data." In contrast, insincere praise is vague and overgeneralized, like, "You're just amazing at everything." To handle this, pay attention to patterns and consistency. Are their actions aligned with their words, or do they behave differently when you're not around? Balance is key. While genuine praise is uplifting, over-the-top flattery often signals hidden motives. Surround yourself with people who provide honest, balanced feedback, and trust your instincts when something feels off. True supporters uplift you without resorting to extremes. 4. Withholding praise. A few years ago, I completed a challenging project at work. It required long hours, creative problem-solving, and significant collaboration. When it was finished, I received praise from my manager and most of my team, but one colleague said nothing. No acknowledgement, no good job, just silence. I noticed this wasn't the first time they had failed to recognize my efforts, even though they freely praised others. Withholding praise is a subtle sign of envy. Instead of celebrating your success, envious people remain silent, often to avoid giving you the validation you've earned. For example, when you share exciting news, such as getting a promotion or buying your first home, they might respond with indifference or quickly change the subject, refusing to engage with your accomplishment. I've also seen this dynamic play out in friendships. A friend of mine, who had recently started a fitness journey, shared her progress on social media. She had lost 10 kilograms and was feeling healthier than ever. While most of her friends congratulated her, one remained conspicuously silent. Later, this person privately dismissed her success, saying, "It's easy to lose weight when you have free time. Not everyone can do that." Instead of celebrating her effort, they downplayed it and withheld any form of encouragement. In professional environments, withholding praise can be a form of passive competition. A colleague may avoid recognizing your contributions in meetings, even when your work directly benefits them. This silence often stems from insecurity. They believe acknowledging your achievements diminishes their own. The best way to handle this behavior is to recognize it for what it is, a reflection of their struggles, not your worth. Don't let their silence overshadow your accomplishments. Celebrate your wins and focus on relationships with people who genuinely support and uplift you. 5. Spreading gossip. A few years ago, I worked on a high-stakes project where I was chosen as the team lead. Shortly after the announcement, I started hearing whispers about how I got the role. "I heard they're just lucky," someone said, while another suggested I must have had inside connections. These rumors weren't just false. They were designed to undermine my credibility and create doubt about my abilities. Spreading gossip is a classic behavior of envious individuals. Unable to celebrate your success, they try to tarnish your reputation through rumors or exaggerated stories. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might tell others, "I'm not sure they deserved it. I heard the manager just likes them personally." Their goal is to shift attention away from your hard work and sow seeds of doubt among others. I've also seen this happen in social settings. A friend of mine started a thriving side business, which quickly gained recognition. Instead of celebrating her success, an acquaintance began spreading rumors like, "She must have had financial help from her family. There's no way she built that on her own." Such gossip undermined her credibility and subtly discouraged others from supporting her business. The workplace is another hotspot for gossip. When you excel, envious colleagues may spread misinformation, such as claiming your success is due to favoritism or implying you cut corners. This not only affects your confidence, but can also damage relationships with others who hear and believe the gossip. The best way to handle gossip is to confront it with professionalism and transparency. Focus on maintaining a strong track record and building trust with those who matter. Avoid engaging in the same behavior and surround yourself with people who value truth and integrity. Over time, your consistent actions will outweigh baseless rumors. 6. Unwarranted competition. During my early career, I worked alongside a colleague who seemed determined to turn everything into a competition. If I shared a small win, like successfully closing a deal, they would immediately counter with, "Oh, I closed 3 deals this week." It wasn't just about sharing their accomplishments, it was about overshadowing mine. Whether it was work-related achievements, fitness goals, or even personal hobbies, they always seemed to frame my success as less significant than theirs. Unwarranted competition is a hallmark of envy. Instead of celebrating your achievements, envious individuals try to one-up you to validate their own worth. For instance, if you mention completing a 10K run, they might reply, "That's great, but I've done a half marathon," even if the conversation wasn't about comparisons. Their competitiveness often feels unnecessary and exhausting. This behavior isn't confined to professional settings. In friendships, I've seen someone compete over parenting milestones. A friend shared how proud she was of her toddler learning to walk, only to hear another parent respond, "That's nice, but my child was walking at 9 months." It wasn't about support. It was about claiming superiority. Unwarranted competition can also manifest as subtle rivalry. For example, a colleague might intentionally take on similar projects to outperform you or replicate your ideas to claim credit. Their focus isn't on collaboration or mutual growth, but on proving they're better. The best way to address unwarranted competition is to set boundaries. Recognize that their behavior stems from insecurity and is not a reflection of your value. Avoid engaging in their competitive dynamic and instead stay focused on your own progress. Celebrate your achievements without seeking validation from those who constantly compare themselves to you. True success lies in collaboration, not rivalry. 7. Feigning support. I once shared an ambitious goal with a friend to run a 21K marathon after years of not training. At first, they seemed supportive, saying things like, "That's a great goal, you've got this." But over time, their true feelings started to show in subtle ways. They'd say, "Don't push yourself too hard, you don't want to get injured," or, "Honestly, I don't think you'll have time to prepare with your schedule." Their words sounded caring, but they left me feeling more discouraged than motivated. Feigning support is a deceptive form of envy. The person appears to encourage you outwardly, but undermines you with subtle doubt or negativity. For example, if you're starting a new business, they might say, "That's such an exciting idea. But have you thought about how hard it is to succeed in that industry?" Most people fail. While the surface comment seems helpful, their intention is to shake your confidence. In workplace settings, this behavior can be even more damaging. A colleague may initially back your project saying, "I think it's a solid idea," but then subtly criticize it to others or fail to provide the promised support. This creates roadblocks for you while allowing them to maintain the appearance of being helpful. In personal relationships, this dynamic can be draining. A family member might encourage you to pursue a dream like going back to school, but consistently point out obstacles. It's wonderful that you want to study, but won't it be hard to juggle everything with kids? The best way to handle feigned support is to trust your instincts. If their support leaves you feeling less capable, it's likely not genuine. Surround yourself with people whose encouragement uplifts you and fuels your motivation. Genuine supporters inspire confidence, not doubt. 8. Mood swings around your success. I remember a time when I shared some exciting news with a close acquaintance. I had just landed a dream job. At first, they seemed happy, congratulating me with a smile. But as the conversation continued, their demeanor shifted. They became quieter, less enthusiastic, and even a little distant. It was as though my success had triggered something in them, and they could no longer maintain their initial excitement. Mood swings around your success are a subtle yet telling sign of envy. While they may start with a cheerful facade, their true feelings often surface as discomfort, irritation, or withdrawal. For example, when you announce you've bought a new home, they might initially say, "That's amazing," but then quickly change the subject or seem disinterested in the details. Their reaction isn't about you, it's about their struggle to process your achievement. This behavior is also common in professional environments. A colleague might praise your promotion in a team meeting, but later avoid you or seem resentful during one-on-one interactions. Their mood shift reveals they're in a conflict. They want to appear supportive, but feel threatened or jealous deep down. In friendships, this can manifest when someone reacts positively to your personal milestones, like getting engaged or starting a new venture, but soon after becomes distant or starts highlighting their own struggles, as if to regain attention. The key to handling this is to maintain perspective. Their reaction is about their internal struggles, not your worth. While it's natural to want genuine support, not everyone can provide it. Surround yourself with people who can celebrate your success wholeheartedly. At the same time, practice empathy. Sometimes their discomfort reflects their own feelings of inadequacy, and your success might inspire them later. Stay focused on your path, regardless of their fluctuating emotions. 9. Mirroring behavior. When I started a new fitness routine a few years ago, I noticed a curious pattern with a friend. After I began sharing my progress, new exercises, goals, and achievements, they suddenly started doing the exact same things. They'd join the same gym, post similar updates, and even copy the specific workout programs I was following. At first I thought it was a coincidence or that I had inspired them, but over time it felt less like admiration and more like competition. Mirroring behavior is a subtle sign of envy, where someone imitates your actions, achievements, or style in an attempt to match or surpass you. While imitation is sometimes flattering, in this context it often feels forced or disingenuous. For example, if you launch a creative project like a blog or YouTube channel, they might suddenly create a similar one. Instead of supporting your journey, they're trying to replicate it, often to compete or draw attention to themselves. I've seen this happen professionally too. When I pitched a new idea at work, a colleague soon presented a nearly identical concept as their own, tweaking it just enough to make it seem original. Their mirroring wasn't about collaboration, it was about claiming recognition. In personal relationships, it can be even more pronounced. A friend might start dressing similarly, adopting your hobbies, or mimicking your lifestyle choices. While they may claim it's because they admire you, The underlying intention often involves competing for validation or attention. To handle this, maintain confidence in your unique path. Remember, their attempts to replicate you are a sign of their admiration mixed with insecurity. Avoid letting their behavior affect your self-esteem or progress. Authenticity always outshines imitation, and staying true to yourself will keep you ahead of the curve. 10. Exaggerated complaints about fairness. I once worked with a colleague who constantly complained about fairness, especially when someone else was recognized for their efforts. When I received an award for a project, they made comments like, "It's nice you got that. But, let's be honest, it's probably just because you're closer to the manager." Instead of acknowledging the work I had put in, they framed my success as the result of favoritism or luck. Exaggerated complaints about fairness are a classic sign of envy. People with this mindset often attribute others' achievements to external factors, rather than recognizing their effort or skill. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might say, "Well, it's only because they needed to fill a quota," or "That's just because you've been here longer, not because you're the best at the job." In social settings, this behavior can appear as subtle digs. If you share news of a personal milestone, like buying a car or taking a dream vacation, they might respond with, "Must be nice to have that kind of money. Some of us don't get those breaks." These comments are designed to downplay your hard work and position themselves as victims of an unfair system. This behavior can also emerge in group dynamics. For example, someone may feel entitled to recognition in team projects, claiming, "I did just as much work as they did, but I didn't get any credit." While fairness is important, envious individuals often exaggerate or misinterpret situations to justify their frustration. The best way to handle these complaints is to stay grounded in your truth. Don't feel pressured to justify your achievements. Instead, focus on your effort and results, and surround yourself with people who understand and appreciate the value of hard work. Their exaggerated complaints are a reflection of their insecurity, not your success. Recognizing envy and falsehood in others is a vital skill for protecting your peace and maintaining healthy relationships. By understanding these 10 signs, you're now equipped to navigate these challenges with clarity and confidence. Remember, the behavior of others reflects their struggles, not your worth. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more insights on personal growth and relationships. I'd love to hear from you. What signs of envy or falsehood have you encountered in your life? How did you handle them? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Your stories might just inspire someone else. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
10 terrible signs you shouldn't trust your own family and how to deal with this painful problem. Family, where life begins and love never ends. Yet, the same relationships that bring us love and comfort can sometimes be our greatest sources of pain. Family bonds are often idealized as safe havens, but when trust is broken, the emotional fallout can be profound. Trust is the invisible thread that holds families together, creating a foundation of security, mutual understanding, and emotional well-being. Without it, even the closest relationships can unravel, leaving behind feelings of betrayal and disillusionment. Why trust matters in families. Trust within families fosters open communication, mutual respect, and unwavering support. It's the bedrock upon which strong, loving relationships are built. When trust is present, family members feel safe to share their vulnerabilities and celebrate each other's triumphs. However, The absence of trust can lead to toxic dynamics, fostering feelings of resentment, anxiety, and isolation. Betrayal or persistent dishonesty doesn't just affect the individual, it ripples through the family, eroding the collective sense of security. This video explores the importance of recognizing red flags in family relationships that might signal deeper trust issues. Identifying these signs can empower you to address toxic patterns, protect your emotional well-being, and foster healthier connections, even in challenging circumstances. 1. Consistent dishonesty. Trust is the foundation of any healthy relationship, and this is especially true within families. When family members are consistently dishonest, it shakes the very core of these bonds. Dishonesty in a family isn't always about monumental lies. Sometimes it's the accumulation of smaller, persistent untruths that creates an environment of mistrust. Over time, this behavior erodes the sense of safety and reliability that should define familial relationships. Imagine a sibling who hides financial struggles, repeatedly downplaying the severity of their situation until it spirals out of control and impacts everyone involved. Or consider a parent who withholds important family information, such as health concerns or financial difficulties, under the guise of protecting others. These actions may be well-intentioned, but the result is often confusion, frustration, and a breakdown of trust. Dishonesty also breeds insecurity. It leaves family members second-guessing each other's words and intentions, creating an atmosphere of suspicion. When you can't rely on someone to tell you the truth, it becomes nearly impossible to confide in them, let alone depend on them during challenging times. Ultimately, consistent dishonesty signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for the relationship and for your right to transparency. Addressing dishonesty requires courage and a commitment to open communication. It may involve confronting the family member in question, setting boundaries, or seeking external support, such as therapy, to rebuild trust. While rebuilding trust is possible, it requires mutual effort. Being honest, even when the truth is uncomfortable, strengthens relationships, proving that love and trust go hand in hand. In contrast, persistent dishonesty only serves to alienate and distance, leaving the relationship fractured and fragile. Recognizing and addressing this red flag is essential for fostering authentic and lasting family connections. 2. Manipulative behavior. Manipulative behavior in family relationships is a subtle yet deeply damaging dynamic. It often disguises itself as care or concern, but gradually erodes the autonomy and emotional well-being of its target. Manipulation can take many forms, including guilt-tripping, shaming, or emotional blackmail, and it thrives in the close-knit environment of family where emotions run deep. Imagine a parent who uses financial support as leverage to dictate your choices, such as your career, where you live, or whom you marry. The message becomes clear: their help comes with strings attached. This creates an unhealthy dependency and makes you feel trapped in decisions that don't align with your authentic desires. Another example could be a sibling who constantly plays the victim, exaggerating their struggles to garner your sympathy and attention while ignoring your boundaries and needs. The harm in manipulative behavior lies in its ability to distort relationships. Instead of being built on mutual respect and understanding, these relationships become transactional, with one person always exerting control. This dynamic can lead to feelings of resentment, frustration, and helplessness. Recognizing manipulation starts with identifying patterns. Do you often feel guilty after interacting with a particular family member? Are you pressured into decisions that make you uncomfortable? These are signs that manipulation may be at play. Addressing manipulative behavior requires setting and enforcing boundaries. Clearly communicate what you will and will not tolerate. For example, you can say, "I appreciate your input, but I need to make this decision on my own." If manipulation persists, limiting interactions or seeking professional guidance, such as family counseling, might be necessary. Remember, genuine family support empowers rather than controls. Healthy relationships allow space for individuality and growth, fostering a foundation of love and mutual respect free from manipulation. 3. Betrayal of confidence. Betrayal of confidence is a profound violation of trust that can leave lasting scars in family relationships. Trusting someone with personal information or feelings is an act of vulnerability, and when that trust is broken, it shakes the foundation of the bond. Families are meant to provide a safe space, but when private matters are shared without consent, it undermines the very essence of that safety. Consider a scenario where you confide in a family member about a difficult situation, such as a relationship problem or a personal failure, only to later hear it repeated to others during a family gathering. Not only does this violate your privacy, but it also exposes you to judgment and embarrassment from people you didn't choose to share with. The sense of betrayal can lead to feelings of isolation and hesitation to open up in the future. The damage caused by a breach of confidence is often amplified in families because of the emotional closeness involved. It creates a ripple effect, eroding trust not only in the person who betrayed you, but in the family dynamic as a whole. To address this issue, it's essential to set clear boundaries, express how their actions have hurt you, and emphasize the importance of keeping private matters confidential. For instance, you might say, "When I share something personal, I need to know it stays between us." If the behavior continues, consider limiting what you share with that individual. Building or rebuilding trust takes time and consistency. Both parties must be committed to respecting boundaries and nurturing a culture of discretion. A family should be a source of comfort, not fear of betrayal. Protecting your emotional well-being may require difficult conversations, but it's a necessary step toward preserving meaningful relationships. 4. Financial exploitation. Financial exploitation in families often disguises itself as a harmless request for help, but can quickly spiral into a pattern of manipulation and misuse. Families are expected to support one another, but when financial assistance becomes a recurring demand or is given under false pretenses, it creates an unhealthy dynamic of dependency and mistrust. Imagine a relative who frequently borrows money, promising repayment but never following through. Over time, this pattern not only strains your finances, but also leaves you feeling used and disrespected. In more extreme cases, financial exploitation can involve subtle coercion, like a family member guilt-tripping you into giving them money or resources they don't genuinely need. The emotional toll of financial exploitation is significant. It fosters resentment, disrupts family harmony, and can make you hesitant to offer help in genuine cases of need. It also sets a harmful precedent where boundaries are ignored and one-sided expectations dominate the relationship. Addressing financial exploitation requires assertiveness. Clearly communicate your boundaries, such as stating, "I can't lend you money anymore, but I'm happy to help you budget or find resources." Sticking to these limits can be challenging, especially if guilt is leveraged against you, but it's necessary for maintaining healthy relationships. In some cases, professional guidance may be beneficial. Financial counseling or mediation can help navigate these sensitive situations without escalating tensions. Remember, supporting family doesn't mean tolerating exploitation. Healthy family dynamics should respect each member's autonomy and well-being, including their financial stability. 5. Lack of support during crises. Families are often seen as a pillar of support during life's most challenging moments. However, when family members fail to show up emotionally or physically during crises, it signals a troubling lack of reliability. This absence can leave you feeling abandoned and questioning the strength of your familial bonds. Picture a situation where you're going through a medical emergency. or a significant life upheaval, such as losing a job. You expect your family to rally around you, but instead, they prioritize their own needs or dismiss the gravity of your situation. For instance, a sibling who chooses to ignore your request for help, or a parent who offers superficial support instead of genuine assistance. This lack of care not only exacerbates your struggle, but also creates emotional wounds that are hard to heal. The impact of this neglect extends beyond the immediate crisis. It fosters resentment and a sense of imbalance in the relationship, as you realize the support you offer may not be reciprocated when you need it most. Over time, this dynamic can erode the trust and intimacy that families are meant to provide. To address this, communicate your needs clearly during difficult times. For example, say, "I really need your support right now. Can you help with this specific task?" If support remains absent, reassess the relationship and consider leaning on friends or professional networks that can provide the care you need. While family support is invaluable, it shouldn't be your sole source of help. Building a broader support system can alleviate some of the pressure and prevent disappointment. Ultimately, healthy family dynamics are rooted in mutual care and reliability, not selective support based on convenience. 6. Frequent gossiping. Gossiping within families might seem harmless at first, but it often creates divisions and mistrust over time. When family members discuss your personal life or struggles with others behind your back, it can feel like a betrayal of confidence and respect. Gossip often distorts facts, exaggerating situations and amplifying conflicts that could otherwise be resolved privately. Imagine discovering that a sibling has been sharing details about your financial struggles or personal challenges with extended family members, framing them as juicy tidbits for entertainment rather than respecting your privacy. This not only damages your reputation, but also undermines your trust in that person. Over time, you may begin to question whether your conversations are safe or if they'll become fodder for the next family gathering. The effects of gossip extend beyond individual relationships. It creates an environment of insecurity where family members hesitate to open up, fearing that their vulnerabilities will be exposed. This atmosphere disrupts the open communication and support that families should foster. To address gossip, confront it directly but calmly. Let the person know how their actions have affected you by saying, "I value our relationship, but I feel hurt when private matters I've shared are discussed with others." Setting boundaries about what you're comfortable sharing and with whom is critical. Over time, you may need to adjust your expectations of those who engage in gossip and limit your disclosures to them. Instead, prioritize relationships within the family where trust and mutual respect are evident. Healthy family dynamics thrive on confidentiality, empathy, and understanding, not on spreading rumors or creating unnecessary drama. 7. Dismissal of boundaries. Respecting boundaries is fundamental in any relationship, but it's especially crucial within families. When boundaries are ignored or dismissed, it creates tension and conflict, as well as a sense that your needs and autonomy are not valued. This can manifest in many ways, from emotional intrusions to physical overstepping. Consider a parent who enters your home uninvited even after you've asked them to call beforehand. Or a relative who dismisses your parenting choices, constantly criticizing how you raise your children despite your repeated requests to respect your methods. These actions, though sometimes framed as care or concern, signal a lack of respect for your individuality and decisions. The dismissal of boundaries often stems from a power dynamic where one person feels entitled to dictate or interfere in your life. This can lead to frustration, resentment, and a breakdown in communication. When your boundaries are routinely ignored, it also becomes harder to trust that person with more significant aspects of your life. To handle this, clearly communicate your limits. For instance, say, I appreciate your concern, but this is a decision I need to make for myself. Please respect that. Consistency is key. Enforcing boundaries each time they're crossed reinforces their importance. If the behavior persists, you may need to limit interactions with the person or seek external support, such as counseling, to mediate the situation. Healthy families respect each other's autonomy and choices, understanding that boundaries are not barriers to love, but foundations for mutual respect. 8. Favoritism or unfair treatment. Favoritism within families can deeply wound relationships, creating feelings of inadequacy, resentment, and alienation among those who are overlooked. While families are expected to nurture and celebrate each member equally, showing clear preference for one individual over others undermines these values and can fracture familial bonds. Imagine a parent who consistently praises one sibling's achievements while neglecting or even belittling another's efforts. Over time, the overlooked sibling may begin to feel unworthy, questioning their self-worth and value within the family. Similarly, unfair treatment can manifest in how responsibilities are distributed. One child may shoulder more family duties, while another receives privileges without contributing equally. Favoritism often stems from unconscious biases or cultural norms, but its impact is long-lasting. It not only strains the relationships between siblings, but can also affect the connection between parents and children. The child who feels neglected may withdraw emotionally, fostering a cycle of miscommunication and misunderstanding. Addressing favoritism requires courage and honest dialogue. If you're the one affected, share your feelings respectfully but assertively. For instance, you might say, "I've noticed that my efforts often go unacknowledged and it makes me feel undervalued." For parents or family members, becoming aware of unintentional biases and making conscious efforts to treat everyone equitably is essential. In situations where favoritism persists, despite efforts to address it, focusing on your personal growth and seeking support outside the family can help maintain emotional balance. Healthy families thrive on fairness and inclusivity, where every member feels seen, valued, and equally loved. 9. Emotional or physical abuse. Emotional or physical abuse within families is one of the most devastating breaches of trust and safety. While families are expected to be a source of love and protection, abusive behaviors shatter that expectation, leaving victims feeling vulnerable, isolated, and unworthy of love. Abuse can take many forms, from harsh words and constant criticism to intimidation and physical harm. Imagine a relative who consistently demeans you with insults or undermines your self-esteem by pointing out perceived flaws in front of others. Worse, consider a family member who uses physical aggression, throwing objects, grabbing you forcefully, or threatening harm to assert control during disagreements. These behaviors are not only damaging in the moment, but can have long-lasting effects on your mental and emotional health. The harm caused by abuse often leads to self-doubt, anxiety, and depression. It creates an environment of fear where open communication and trust are impossible. Victims may also struggle with guilt or confusion, feeling trapped by cultural or societal expectations to maintain family unity at all costs. Addressing abuse starts with recognizing it as unacceptable, no matter the context. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety and well-being. This may mean seeking support from trusted friends, counselors, or advocacy organizations. Establish boundaries and, if necessary, create physical or emotional distance from the abuser. Breaking the cycle of abuse is challenging but essential for healing. It requires bravery to confront the issue, seek help, and, in some cases, walk away from toxic relationships. Healthy families nurture, protect, and uplift their members, making it crucial to demand and uphold an environment free from harm. Everyone deserves to feel safe and respected in their family. 10. Refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but how it's handled determines whether it strengthens or weakens the bond. In families, a refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts often leads to unresolved tensions and lingering resentment. When issues are ignored or swept under the rug, they don't disappear. They fester, eventually erupting in more significant, damaging ways. Consider a family member who consistently avoids discussing past grievances, shutting down conversations with phrases like, "Let's not dwell on the past," or "It's not a big deal." While this avoidance may feel like keeping the peace, it prevents meaningful resolution and understanding. For instance, unresolved arguments about financial responsibilities or personal boundaries can create ongoing frustration, silently damaging relationships. This refusal to engage in conflict resolution sends a message that your feelings and concerns don't matter, eroding trust and mutual respect. It also perpetuates a cycle where similar issues arise repeatedly, each time compounding the emotional toll. Addressing this requires open communication and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths. Initiate conversations with a calm and solution-focused tone, saying something like, "I'd like to talk about this issue so we can move forward and strengthen our relationship." If the other party remains resistant, consider involving a neutral mediator, like a family counselor, to facilitate productive discussions. Resolving conflicts doesn't mean erasing disagreements. It means understanding each other's perspectives and finding common ground. Healthy families prioritize growth and connection by facing challenges together, fostering an environment where conflicts are opportunities for deeper understanding rather than sources of division. Solutions: how to deal with these painful problems. 1. Setting and enforcing boundaries. Boundaries are essential for maintaining healthy relationships, especially in families where emotions and expectations often run high. Setting clear boundaries communicates your needs and ensures that interactions remain respectful and balanced. However, enforcing boundaries requires consistency and courage, especially if family members are resistant or dismissive. For example, if a parent frequently criticizes your parenting style, you can establish a boundary by calmly saying, "I understand you have advice, but I prefer to make my own decisions regarding my children. Please respect that." The key is to be firm yet respectful, avoiding emotional confrontations that might escalate tensions. Enforcing boundaries might also involve limiting certain topics of discussion. If a relative often brings up sensitive or triggering subjects, you can redirect the conversation or politely state that you're not comfortable discussing that matter. While setting boundaries may initially create discomfort or pushback, it ultimately fosters healthier dynamics. It teaches family members how to interact with you in a way that respects your emotional and physical well-being. Remember, boundaries are not about creating distance, but about ensuring mutual respect. They allow for deeper, more meaningful connections by establishing a foundation of trust and understanding. Over time, consistent boundary setting helps shift unhealthy dynamics and promotes a more balanced and fulfilling family relationship. 2. Seeking open communication. Open communication is the cornerstone of healthy family relationships. It involves expressing your thoughts, feelings, and concerns honestly while creating space for others to do the same. When conflicts or trust issues arise, addressing them directly, yet constructively, can pave the way for resolution and deeper understanding. Start by choosing an appropriate time and setting for conversations. Avoid discussing sensitive topics during emotionally charged moments. Instead, approach the discussion with a calm demeanor and a willingness to listen. For instance, you might begin by saying, "I've noticed some tension between us, and I'd like to talk about it so we can move forward together." Active listening is crucial. Give family members the opportunity to share their perspectives without interruption or judgment. Validating their feelings, even if you disagree, can create a sense of mutual respect. For example, saying, "I understand why you feel that way, and I want to work with you to find a solution," can de-escalate potential conflicts. If emotions run high, consider using I statements to express your concerns without placing blame. For example, "I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored," is more effective than "you always disrespect me." Open communication doesn't guarantee immediate resolution, but it lays the groundwork for mutual trust and empathy. Over time, these conversations strengthen family bonds and create a culture where concerns can be addressed without fear of judgment or dismissal. In cases where communication remains difficult, seeking the guidance of a family therapist can help facilitate productive dialogue. Healthy families thrive on open communication, where every member feels heard, valued, and understood. Taking the first step to initiate these conversations shows courage and a commitment to fostering positive relationships. 3. Seeking professional help. Sometimes family dynamics become so strained or complicated that resolving issues independently feels impossible. In such cases, seeking professional help, such as therapy or mediation, can provide a neutral and supportive space for addressing deep-rooted issues. Professional intervention is not a sign of weakness, but a proactive step toward healing and rebuilding trust. Family therapists are trained to identify toxic patterns and facilitate open, constructive communication. For instance, in cases where a family member refuses to acknowledge their role in conflicts, a therapist can help them see how their behavior impacts others without assigning blame. Mediation sessions can also guide families in navigating sensitive topics, such as financial disputes or unspoken grievances. Consider a scenario where siblings are divided over how to care for aging parents, leading to resentment and tension. A professional mediator can help establish a fair plan that respects everyone's concerns and capabilities. Similarly, therapy can be invaluable in addressing emotional wounds caused by past betrayals or unresolved conflicts. For those experiencing abuse or severe neglect, professionals can offer resources and strategies to ensure safety and support. They can also help individuals process their emotions and rebuild self-esteem, empowering them to make healthier decisions about their relationships. While it may take time and effort to see results, professional help can bring clarity and structure to even the most complex family dynamics. It shows a commitment to breaking unhealthy cycles and fostering a more understanding, respectful environment. Ultimately, prioritizing emotional and relational well-being is one of the most meaningful investments you can make in your family's future. 4. Prioritizing self-care. In the midst of family conflicts or strained relationships, it's easy to lose sight of your own well-being. Prioritizing self-care is essential to maintaining your mental, emotional, and physical health, especially when navigating challenging family dynamics. By focusing on yourself, you build resilience and clarity, empowering you to make decisions that align with your values and needs. Self-care involves more than just pampering. It's about creating habits that nurture your overall well-being. For example, regular exercise, adequate sleep, and a balanced diet can significantly improve your ability to manage stress. Engaging in hobbies or activities you enjoy also provides an outlet for self-expression and a break from familial pressures. Emotional self-care is equally vital. Journaling, meditating, or speaking with a trusted friend can help you process your feelings and gain perspective. If family relationships feel particularly toxic, consider creating a support network outside your family. Friends, mentors, or support groups can provide encouragement and understanding when you need it most. it's important to set boundaries around your time and energy. For instance, limiting interactions with toxic family members or saying no to commitments that drain you can create space for your personal growth. Remember, prioritizing your needs doesn't mean neglecting others. It means ensuring you're in a position to engage in relationships from a place of strength and self-assurance. Ultimately, self-care is an act of self-respect. By valuing yourself, you model healthy behaviors for others and create a foundation for meaningful connections. Even in challenging family situations, prioritizing self-care ensures you remain grounded and empowered to make choices that support your happiness and well-being. 5. Knowing when to limit or cut ties. In some cases, despite your best efforts, a family relationship may remain toxic, abusive, or beyond repair. Knowing when to limit or cut ties with a family member is one of the hardest but most important decisions you may face. It's not about abandoning family, but about protecting your mental, emotional, and even physical well-being when the relationship becomes detrimental to your health. Consider situations where repeated attempts to establish boundaries are ignored, manipulative behaviors persist, or emotional and physical abuse continues unchecked. For example, if a relative consistently undermines your self-esteem, spreads false information about you, or refuses to take responsibility for their harmful actions, it may be necessary to reassess the value of that relationship in your life. Limiting ties doesn't always mean a complete cut-off. It might involve reducing the frequency of interactions or choosing neutral environments for meetings. For instance, you might decide only to see a toxic family member at larger family gatherings where their behavior is less targeted. In extreme cases, cutting ties entirely may be the healthiest option. While this choice comes with emotional challenges and societal stigma, it can provide the freedom and peace needed to focus on your well-being. Therapy or support groups can help navigate the emotional fallout and provide guidance during this process. Remember, walking away from a toxic relationship is not an act of selfishness, it's an act of self-preservation. You have the right to prioritize your happiness and safety, even if it means creating distance from family members. By doing so, you open the door to building healthier, more supportive relationships that align with your values and nurture your personal growth. Family relationships are complex and, at their best, provide love, support, and security. However, they can also harbor toxic dynamics that erode trust and emotional well-being. Recognizing the signs of distrust is the first step toward protecting yourself and addressing unhealthy patterns. Throughout this discussion, we identified 10 key red flags in family relationships: consistent dishonesty, manipulative behavior, betrayal of confidence, financial exploitation, lack of support during crises, frequent gossiping, dismissal of boundaries, favoritism, emotional or physical abuse, and refusal to address conflicts. Each of these behaviors undermines the foundation of trust and can lead to lasting emotional harm if left unchecked. Equally important are the solutions we explored: setting and enforcing boundaries, fostering open communication, seeking professional help, prioritizing self-care, and knowing when to limit or cut ties. These strategies empower individuals to take control of their relationships, ensuring they are built on mutual respect, understanding, and care. Recognizing these issues early and addressing them with clarity and courage can lead to healthier dynamics within families. While not all relationships can be repaired, understanding when to let go or create distance is crucial for personal well-being. Empowerment begins with the recognition that you have the right to protect your peace, even within your family. It's easy to feel trapped by societal expectations or cultural norms that emphasize unconditional loyalty to family. But prioritizing your mental and emotional health is not selfish. It's necessary. Take proactive steps to identify and address toxic behaviors. If you notice red flags, don't ignore them. Open communication is a powerful tool, but it's okay to acknowledge when deeper issues require professional intervention or a redefinition of the relationship. Remember, setting boundaries isn't about punishing others. It's about creating the space for healthy and respectful interactions. When these boundaries are consistently violated, know that you have the strength to make the tough decisions to limit or end contact. Surround yourself with supportive relationships that uplift you, whether they are within or outside your family. Seeking healthier dynamics is a journey, not an overnight fix. It requires patience, self-reflection, and a commitment to growth. But the result, peace of mind, self-respect, and meaningful connections, is worth the effort. Healing and growth are always possible, even in the face of challenging family dynamics. You are not alone in navigating these complexities, and many have walked this path before, finding strength and fulfillment on the other side. While you may not always be able to change others, you can change how you respond to and manage these relationships. By focusing on your well-being and surrounding yourself with positive influences, you create an environment that nurtures trust, respect, and love. Family isn't defined solely by blood. It's about the connections that make you feel valued, safe, and supported. As you move forward, take comfort in knowing that meaningful relationships can be built and sustained, whether within your biological family or through the family you choose. Embrace the journey toward healthier dynamics with hope. Every small step you take, whether it's setting a boundary, seeking therapy, or building a new support system, is a step toward reclaiming your emotional health and happiness. You deserve relationships that uplift and empower you, and with time and effort, those connections are within reach. Thank you for watching. If you found this video helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and share it with someone who might need this message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more insightful content like this. Your support helps us continue creating videos that inspire, empower, and guide you toward a better, healthier life. Hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Together, we can navigate life's challenges and build stronger, more meaningful connections. See you in the next video. Ten terrible signs. You're ignoring your own needs and how to deal with this problem. Do you often feel drained, unfulfilled, or like something is missing in your life? You may be ignoring your own needs, a quiet habit that can lead to significant emotional, physical, and mental burnout. It's easy to fall into this pattern, especially when life's demands pull you in different directions. But neglecting yourself comes at a cost, and that cost often shows up as exhaustion, resentment, or a loss of joy. Ignoring your needs doesn't always happen deliberately. It's subtle. You tell yourself, "I'll rest after this one last task," or "It's fine, I can handle it." Before long, these small choices add up, and you find yourself disconnected from what truly matters to you. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our choices, actions, and well-being. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. By neglecting your needs, you surrender this power, letting external pressures dictate your life. This video isn't about self-indulgence, it's about self-respect. Taking care of yourself isn't selfish, it's essential. As Seneca said, a man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is. Recognizing the signs of neglect and reclaiming your sense of self can lead to a more balanced, fulfilling life. In the next sections, we'll explore 10 terrible signs that you might be ignoring your own needs and how to address them. With each point, we'll draw on Stoic wisdom to guide you toward a life of harmony and self-awareness. Let's dive in with the calm and clarity the Stoics cherished, ready to face the truth with courage and wisdom. 1. Constantly prioritizing others over yourself. Do you find yourself always putting others' needs ahead of your own? Whether it's family, friends, or co-workers, you might be giving so much that you leave little time or energy for yourself. This behavior often stems from a desire to help or avoid disappointing others, but over time, it can drain you emotionally and physically. Imagine this: a colleague asks for help on a project, and you say yes, even though your own workload is already overwhelming. Or a friend constantly calls on you for support, yet you rarely share your own struggles. While generosity is virtuous, an unbalanced approach leaves you depleted and unfulfilled. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of balance and self-control. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Being good includes honoring your own limits. If you give endlessly to others at the expense of your well-being, you risk becoming resentful and ineffective in your relationships. The key is to prioritize without guilt. Ask yourself, am I saying yes out of obligation or because I truly want to help? Recognize that you cannot pour from an empty cup. Set boundaries by politely declining when necessary. I'd love to help, but I need to focus on my own responsibilities right now. By respecting your needs, you ensure that the energy you give to others comes from a place of abundance, not depletion. A wise person understands that tending to their well-being is not selfish. It's the foundation for meaningful and balanced relationships. Prioritize yourself as part of your commitment to living a virtuous, harmonious life. 2. Feeling drained without knowing why. Do you wake up tired or go through your day feeling drained, yet you can't pinpoint why? This exhaustion often stems from neglecting your own needs. When you constantly give your time, energy, and attention to others without replenishing yourself, your body and mind start to protest. Imagine agreeing to every obligation, helping a co-worker finish their project, attending social events out of obligation, or staying up late to manage household chores. You keep telling yourself it's fine, but each day feels harder and you can't seem to recover. This chronic fatigue isn't just physical, it's emotional and mental too. The Stoics remind us to take responsibility for what we can control. Marcus Aurelius said, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." Feeling drained is often a sign that you've overestimated the importance of external obligations while undervaluing your own well-being. Pause and reflect on your daily habits. Are you saying yes to too many things? Are you giving yourself time to rest, reflect, and recharge? Start by setting small boundaries. Block out time for yourself on your calendar and treat it as non-negotiable. Say no to requests that don't align with your priorities. Energy is a finite resource. A wise person uses it wisely, ensuring they have enough to sustain themselves before offering it to others. By addressing the root causes of your fatigue, you not only regain your strength, but also your clarity and purpose. 3. Ignoring physical and mental health. Your body and mind are your greatest assets, yet ignoring your health is one of the most common ways people neglect their needs. Skipping meals, avoiding exercise, or brushing off stress and anxiety can seem harmless in the short term, but over time, these habits can take a serious toll. Picture this. You skip breakfast because you're running late, spend hours hunched over your desk without a break, and then collapse onto the couch at the end of the day, too tired to do anything but scroll on your phone. Days turn into weeks, and you start to notice your energy, mood, and focus deteriorating. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of discipline and care for the self. As Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Ignoring your health often reflects a mindset that prioritizes external demands over internal harmony. The Stoics believed in living in alignment with nature, which includes respecting your body's natural needs for nourishment, movement, and rest. To reclaim your health, start small. Prepare nourishing meals, prioritize regular movement, even if it's a short walk, and take breaks to clear your mind. Address mental health by practicing mindfulness or journaling to process your emotions. These simple acts can have profound effects on your overall well-being. A wise person knows that caring for the body and mind is essential to living a fulfilling life. When you prioritize your health, you align with the Stoic principle of living in harmony with nature, setting the foundation for strength and resilience. 4. Resentment towards others. Do you find yourself feeling bitter or resentful toward people you care about? This resentment often arises when you give too much of yourself without receiving the same level of care or consideration in return. It's a clear sign that your boundaries are being crossed, and perhaps that you've let them go unchecked. For example, you constantly help a friend who is struggling, but when you need support, they're unavailable. Or you take on extra work to help a colleague, only to feel overlooked when recognition is given. These moments of imbalance create frustration and emotional fatigue. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control. Epictetus said, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." You cannot control how others act, but you can control your willingness to accept or reject these dynamics. Resentment often signals that it's time to re-evaluate your boundaries. Address this feeling with honest reflection. Ask yourself, have I communicated my needs clearly? Often, others are unaware of how their actions or inactions affect you. Practice expressing your feelings calmly and constructively. I've noticed that I've been giving a lot of support lately, and I could use some in return. Resentment is a sign that something in the relationship dynamic needs adjustment. By addressing it with courage and clarity, you create space for healthier, more balanced connections while preserving your peace and energy. A wise person knows that mutual respect begins with self-respect. 5. Difficulty. Saying no. Do you often find yourself agreeing to things you don't want to do simply because you're afraid of disappointing others? Difficulty saying no is one of the clearest signs you're ignoring your own needs. By constantly putting others first, you may inadvertently create a cycle where your priorities are always last. Picture this. A friend asks for help moving, even though you're already exhausted from a long week. You want to say no, but fear they'll feel let down or see you as unreliable. So you agree, despite the toll it takes on you. Over time, this pattern leaves you feeling drained and undervalued. Stoicism teaches the importance of asserting control over your own actions. Epictetus reminds us, "He who is free is the one who lives as he wishes, neither constrained nor restrained." True freedom means setting boundaries and recognizing that saying no to others is often saying yes to yourself. Practice saying no with grace. Start small. I'd love to help, but I need to rest and recharge. By framing your response positively and without apology, you communicate respect for both your needs and the other person's request. Remember, your time and energy are precious. A wise person prioritizes them for what truly aligns with their values, understanding that no one else will safeguard their well-being if they don't. 6. Feeling unappreciated. Do you ever feel like your efforts go unnoticed or unacknowledged, no matter how much you give? Constantly giving without receiving appreciation is a subtle yet damaging sign you're ignoring your own needs. It can leave you feeling invisible and undervalued in your relationships. For example, you regularly go out of your way to help others, staying late at work, cooking for your family, or supporting a friend through tough times. Yet, when it comes to recognition, you're met with silence, or worse, taken for granted. This imbalance erodes your sense of worth and creates feelings of frustration and sadness. Stoicism emphasizes that true contentment must come from within, not from external validation. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Receive without pride, let go without attachment." While appreciation from others is gratifying, it should not be the sole measure of your value. If you're feeling unappreciated, start by expressing your feelings openly but calmly. I've been doing a lot lately, and it would mean a lot to hear a simple thank you. At the same time, reflect on whether you're overextending yourself in areas where recognition is unlikely. Redirect your energy to relationships and activities that offer mutual respect and value. A wise person knows their worth and ensures that their efforts are balanced by respect and appreciation. By addressing this imbalance, you nurture healthier dynamics and protect your sense of self. 7. Loss of passion or joy. When was the last time you felt excited or joyful about something? If you've lost interest in activities that once brought you happiness, it may be a sign that you're neglecting your own needs. Overcommitting to responsibilities often leaves no room for the things that ignite your passion and feed your soul. Think of the hobbies or activities you once loved: painting, hiking, reading, or spending time with friends. Now, these pursuits feel like distant memories because your time is consumed by obligations. Even when you have a free moment, you might feel too tired or disconnected to engage in what you love. Stoicism teaches us to align our actions with our values. Seneca said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." When you lose touch with what brings you joy, you lose a part of yourself. Rekindle your passions by intentionally carving out time for them. Start small. Spend 15 minutes doing something that used to excite you. Protect this time as you would a commitment to someone else. Gradually, you'll reconnect with the things that make life meaningful. Joy and passion are essential for a fulfilling life. A wise person recognizes that tending to their inner fire isn't a luxury. It's a necessity for living with purpose and harmony. 8. Difficulty expressing your needs. Do you often hesitate to ask for what you need, fearing you'll seem selfish or burdensome? Struggling to express your needs is a clear sign you're neglecting yourself. It leaves you feeling unsupported and reinforces the idea that your feelings and desires are less important than others. Imagine needing a break after a long day, but staying silent while your partner or family continues to demand your attention. Or perhaps you're overwhelmed at work, but avoid telling your manager because you don't want to appear incapable. These small moments of silence accumulate, leading to frustration and burnout. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-respect and clear communication. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't be overheard complaining. We are masters of enduring." But enduring doesn't mean suffering in silence. It means calmly and wisely asserting what is necessary for your well-being. Begin by identifying what you need, whether it's rest, help, or space, and practice articulating it simply. "I'm feeling overwhelmed and need some time to recharge." The act of asking for support isn't weakness. It's a strength that fosters understanding and balance in relationships. A wise person understands that their needs are just as valid as anyone else's. By expressing them openly and confidently, you create a life that honors your well-being and encourages mutual respect in your relationships. 9. Over-reliance on external validation. Do you find yourself seeking approval from others rather than trusting your own judgment? Depending on external validation is a subtle way of ignoring your needs because it prioritizes others' opinions over your own inner compass. Picture this: you achieve something significant but don't feel satisfied until others acknowledge it. Or you constantly adjust your choices to match what others expect, even if it conflicts with your true desires. This reliance on external approval can make you feel unsteady and disconnected from your authentic self. Epictetus taught that true contentment comes from within. Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves. When you rely on validation from others, you give away the power to determine your own happiness and worth. Start by practicing self-affirmation. Before seeking approval from others, ask yourself, am I proud of this decision? Does it align with my values? Over time, cultivate the confidence to stand by your choices without needing outside reassurance. A wise person measures their worth by their own principles, not the fleeting opinions of others. By trusting yourself, you strengthen your foundation and free yourself from the constant need for external validation. 10. Feeling disconnected from yourself. Do you ever feel like you've lost touch with who you are? When life becomes a series of obligations and external demands, it's easy to forget what makes you feel fulfilled, joyful, or at peace. This disconnection from yourself is often the result of prolonged neglect of your needs. Imagine struggling to answer a simple question: what makes you happy? You've spent so much time meeting others' expectations that your own desires feel unfamiliar. You might notice a vague sense of emptiness or a longing for something undefined. Stoicism emphasizes self-awareness as a cornerstone of a meaningful life. Seneca said, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." Adversity in this sense includes the inner challenges of self-discovery. Facing these truths, though uncomfortable, is necessary to reconnect with your essence. Reclaim your connection to yourself by creating space for introspection. Spend time alone, journal your thoughts, or meditate to explore what truly matters to you. Ask questions like, what brings me joy? And what do I want from life? These moments of reflection help you rediscover your inner compass. A wise person nurtures their relationship with themselves, understanding that self-connection is the foundation for a purposeful and fulfilling life. By listening to your inner voice, you realign with what truly matters and take the first step toward living authentically. Solutions: how to start meeting your needs. Ignoring your own needs can feel like a deeply ingrained habit, but it's never too late to reclaim your well-being. The Stoics teach us that self-mastery begins with awareness and deliberate action. Here are practical steps to help you prioritize your needs and create a more balanced, fulfilling life. 1. Practice self-awareness. The first step to change is recognizing the problem. Reflect on areas where you've been neglecting yourself. Ask, what do I truly need, and where have I been falling short? Journaling can be a powerful tool for uncovering patterns and reconnecting with your inner self. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if thou wilt ever dig." 2. Set and maintain boundaries. Learn to say no without guilt. Recognize that by protecting your time and energy, you are honoring your own value. For example, if a request doesn't align with your priorities or capacity, respond with, "I can't commit to this right now, but I hope it works out for you." Boundaries are not selfish. They are essential for self-respect and sustainable relationships. 3. Schedule time for yourself. Treat self-care as a priority, not an afterthought. Block out time for rest, hobbies, or simple pleasures, and guard it as you would an important meeting. For instance, dedicate a morning each week to an activity that recharges you, like reading, walking, or meditating. This practice reinforces the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with nature and your inner self. 4. Communicate your needs. Expressing your needs isn't selfish, it's an act of self-respect. Practice clear, direct communication. "I'm feeling overwhelmed and need a moment to regroup." This clarity not only helps others understand you, but also strengthens your confidence in prioritizing yourself. 5. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover the activities and pursuits that bring you joy. Whether it's painting, dancing, or spending time in nature, make space for what energizes and fulfills you. As Seneca advised, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Embrace what makes you feel alive in the here and now. Your needs are not secondary, they are fundamental. Ignoring them might seem like a small sacrifice for the sake of others, but over time, it erodes your happiness, health, and sense of self. The good news is that you have the power to change this dynamic. As the Stoics teach, living a virtuous life requires balance, self-awareness, and intention. By recognizing the signs of neglect and taking deliberate steps to prioritize your well-being, you honor your value and reclaim your peace. You become not only a better friend, partner, and colleague, but also a stronger, more resilient individual. Take a moment today to reflect on your own needs. Commit to treating yourself with the same kindness and care you extend to others. True strength lies in living with harmony, and that harmony begins with you. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius said, dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them. Reconnect with your own light and let it guide you to a life of balance and fulfillment. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and actionable insights to help you live a balanced and fulfilling life. Your support means everything and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd also love to hear from you. What resonated with you the most? Have you noticed any of these signs in your own life? Share your thoughts, experiences, or takeaways in the comments below. Let's start a conversation and support each other in prioritizing our well-being.
Have you ever wondered why some people seem to glide through their days with ease and purpose, while others struggle just to get out of bed? The secret often lies in the habits they cultivate each morning. Imagine waking up each day feeling refreshed, focused, and ready to conquer any challenge that comes your way. This isn't just a dream. It's achievable with a well-structured morning routine. In this guide, we'll explore 10 powerful habits that can transform your mornings and ultimately your life. From the simple act of making your bed to the profound practice of mindfulness, these habits will help you start your day on the right foot, setting a positive tone that lasts from dawn till dusk. Let's dive in and discover how you can make the most of every morning. 1. Meditate or practice mindfulness. Spend a few minutes each day in meditation or mindfulness practices. This helps reduce stress, increase focus, and improve emotional well-being. Imagine starting your day with a calm mind, free from the chaos of daily life. For example, try sitting quietly in a comfortable position and focusing on your breath. As thoughts arise, acknowledge them without judgment and gently return your focus to your breathing. Apps like Headspace or Calm offer guided meditations that can help beginners get started. Another approach is mindful walking. Take a slow, deliberate walk outside, paying close attention to the sensations of each step and the sounds around you. This simple practice can set a peaceful tone for the rest of your day, making you more resilient to stress and better equipped to handle challenges. To exercise regularly. Incorporate a daily exercise routine, even if it's just a short walk or stretching. Physical activity boosts mood, energy levels, and overall health. Picture yourself stepping out for a brisk morning walk, feeling the fresh air invigorate your senses. If you prefer indoor activities, A quick yoga session or a few minutes of stretching can work wonders. For instance, try the sun salutation sequence in yoga, which stretches and strengthens various muscle groups while promoting a sense of balance and calm. Exercise releases endorphins, the body's natural mood lifters, helping you start your day with a positive outlook. Consistency is key. Even a 10-minute routine can significantly impact your physical and mental well-being over time. 3. Review your goals daily. Regularly remind yourself of your goals to increase your chances of success. Imagine writing your goals on a whiteboard or in a journal where you can see them every morning. This daily review keeps your aspirations at the forefront of your mind, guiding your decisions and actions. For instance, if your goal is to write a book, seeing this reminder can motivate you to dedicate time each day to writing, even if it's just a few paragraphs. You could also use a vision board with images and words that represent your goals, helping to visualize your success. This practice not only boosts motivation, but also helps you stay focused and aligned with your long-term plans. 4. Make your bed, boost your mood, and set a productive tone for the day by making your bed as soon as you wake up. This simple task gives you an immediate sense of accomplishment. Imagine starting your day with a small victory, creating a ripple effect of productivity. When you make your bed, you create an organized environment that can reduce stress and promote a sense of order. For example, think about how much more inviting your bedroom looks when your bed is neatly made, setting a positive tone for the rest of your day. It's a small habit, but it can significantly impact your mindset, making you feel more in control and ready to tackle bigger tasks. 5. Read philosophy or scriptures. Start your day with wisdom by reading a passage from philosophical works or scriptures before checking your phone. This practice can provide perspective and inspire thoughtful reflection. Imagine beginning your morning with the timeless wisdom of Seneca or a motivational scripture that resonates with your values. For instance, reading a quote like, "He who is brave is free," can remind you of the power of courage and resilience. This habit not only enriches your mind, but also sets a reflective and contemplative tone for the day, helping you navigate life's challenges with greater clarity and purpose. 6. Water a plant. Learn to care for something other than yourself. If you don't have a plant, pets make a great alternative. This small act of nurturing can be grounding and fulfilling. Picture yourself tending to a small herb garden on your windowsill, observing how your attention and care help it thrive. If you have a pet, taking a few minutes to feed and interact with them can create a strong sense of connection and responsibility. For example, watering a plant daily not only keeps it alive, but also serves as a reminder of the importance of routine and consistency. These simple acts of care can foster a sense of peace and satisfaction, knowing that you're contributing to the well-being of another living thing. 7. Go outdoors. Every morning, stepping outside at dawn releases cortisol, helping you feel more alert. The natural light exposure also sets your internal clock, improving your sleep quality. Imagine stepping into your backyard or a nearby park, feeling the crisp morning air and hearing the birds sing. This connection with nature can be incredibly refreshing and invigorating. For instance, a short morning walk in the fresh air can wake up your senses and boost your mood, setting a positive tone for the day. This habit not only enhances your alertness, but also provides a peaceful moment to center yourself before the day's activities. 8. Practice gratitude. Take a few minutes each day to write down or mentally note things you are grateful for. This habit can increase your overall happiness and positive outlook on life. Imagine starting your day by listing 3 things you appreciate, no matter how small. For example, you might be grateful for a supportive friend, a warm cup of coffee, or the beauty of a sunrise. Writing these down in a journal can make the practice more concrete and impactful. This simple act shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant in your life, fostering a mindset of appreciation and contentment. 9. Take an internal shower. Drink a glass of water immediately after waking up to replenish your body's hydration. This helps kickstart your metabolism and refresh your system. Picture yourself reaching for a glass of water first thing in the morning, feeling the cool liquid rehydrate your body after hours of sleep. This simple act can have a significant impact on your energy levels and overall health. For instance, staying hydrated can improve your skin, digestion, and cognitive function, making you feel more awake and ready to start the day. 10. Plan your day. Spend a few minutes planning your day. Outline your tasks and priorities to give yourself a clear direction and reduce the chances of feeling overwhelmed. Imagine sitting down with a cup of coffee and a planner, jotting down your most important tasks and setting realistic goals for the day. For example, breaking your day into manageable chunks with designated times for work, exercise, and relaxation can make it more structured and less chaotic. This practice not only helps you stay organized, but also ensures that you allocate time for both productivity and self-care. In conclusion, incorporating these 10 habits into your morning routine can profoundly impact your overall well-being and productivity. By starting your day with mindfulness, exercise, goal setting, and gratitude, you create a strong foundation for success and happiness. Each habit, whether it's making your bed or spending time outdoors, contributes to a holistic approach to daily living that nurtures both your body and mind. Remember, the key to building a successful morning routine is consistency. Start small, gradually adding these practices to your day, and observe how they enhance your life. Over time, these habits will become second nature, helping you navigate each day with greater ease and purpose. Embrace these changes and watch as your mornings transform into powerful opportunities for growth, productivity, and joy. Here's to starting your day with intention and living a life of fulfillment and balance. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by your emotions, like you're on a constant roller coaster with no way to get off? What if I told you that an ancient philosophy holds the secrets to mastering your emotions and achieving a happier, more balanced life? Welcome to our journey into the fascinating world of Stoicism. In this video, we'll explore the top 5 Stoic rules for controlling your emotions, transforming your reactions, and navigating life's challenges with grace and wisdom. These time-tested techniques, practiced by ancient philosophers like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca, can empower you to become the master of your emotional landscape. So grab a pen and paper, because you'll definitely want to take notes on these life-changing insights. Let's dive in. 1. Pause and breathe. The simple yet transformative practice of pausing and breathing holds immense significance as a tool for emotional control and mindful response. Imagine you're in a heated argument with a coworker and you feel your anger rising. Instead of reacting impulsively, Stoicism encourages you to take a deliberate pause, close your eyes, and take a deep breath. This brief moment allows you to regain composure and clarity. By introducing this pause, you create a buffer where you can reflect on the situation rationally. This practice aligns with Stoic principles by creating a space between stimulus and response, where you can engage your rational faculties rather than being driven by emotional impulses. For example, Marcus Aurelius, the famous Stoic philosopher, often practiced pausing and reflecting before responding to situations that could provoke anger or frustration. By taking a deep breath and counting to 10, You can diffuse the intensity of the moment, enabling you to respond with wisdom and poise. This practice empowers you to navigate challenges with greater control, transforming knee-jerk reactions into thoughtful responses. Embracing this Stoic technique can enhance your emotional intelligence and lead to more harmonious interactions in your daily life. 2. Practice negative visualization. Negative visualization, a powerful Stoic exercise, involves imagining potential challenges or losses to prepare emotionally for them. Picture yourself preparing for a big presentation. Instead of solely focusing on the best-case scenario, consider what might go wrong, technical issues, forgetting key points, or an unresponsive audience. By visualizing these setbacks, you can plan and brace yourself emotionally, reducing anxiety about the future. For instance, Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, would regularly meditate on losing his wealth or status. This practice helped him remain grounded and grateful for what he had, lessening the blow if misfortune ever struck. By mentally rehearsing adverse scenarios, you develop resilience and a sense of preparedness. This technique can cultivate a mindset of gratitude for your current situation and a realistic perspective on life's uncertainties, making you less susceptible to emotional upheaval when challenges arise. 3. Separate stimulus and response. Stoicism introduces the concept of separating stimulus and response, emphasizing the space between an external event, stimulus, and our emotional reaction, response. Imagine receiving criticism at work. Instead of reacting defensively or angrily, take a moment to pause and evaluate the feedback objectively. This practice allows you to detach from immediate emotional responses and consider the situation rationally. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius practiced this by reminding himself that his mind was separate from the external events that occurred. By embracing this space, you gain control over your reactions, enabling you to respond in a way that aligns with your values and long-term well-being. This Stoic principle fosters emotional intelligence and resilience, helping you navigate challenges with wisdom and equanimity. It transforms instinctual reactions into deliberate, thoughtful actions, ultimately leading to a more harmonious and fulfilled life. 4. Identify triggers. Recognizing external events or internal thoughts that provoke emotional responses is crucial for emotional mastery. For example, if traffic jams make you anxious or angry, identifying this trigger allows you to prepare and manage your response better. Developing acute self-awareness involves observing and recognizing the moments when your emotions intensify. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that our reactions to events, not the events themselves, disturb our peace. By creating a mental inventory of triggers, you can preemptively identify stimuli that might prompt intense emotional responses. This self-awareness empowers you to interrupt the automatic process between stimulus and reaction, inserting a space that grants you the opportunity to choose your response deliberately. Instead of being a slave to your emotions, you become the master of your reactions, transforming triggers into stepping stones for personal growth and resilience. 5. Reframe perspectives. Reframing perspectives involves shifting how you perceive and interpret situations. Instead of viewing challenges as negative, see them as opportunities for growth and self-improvement. For example, if you fail a test, rather than seeing it as a setback, view it as a chance to identify areas for improvement and develop better study habits. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus encourage changing our perceptions to align with reality and focus on what we can control. By reframing your mindset, you can maintain a positive and resilient outlook. This cognitive reframing helps you see adversity as a path to growth, not a roadblock. It fosters emotional resilience and equips you with the mental tools to handle life's challenges with grace and strength. 6. Recognize the inner citadel. Establishing a mental space, or the inner citadel where you can retreat to observe and manage emotions, is a profound Stoic practice. Imagine facing a stressful situation at work. Instead of reacting immediately, take a mental step back into your inner citadel. This sanctuary within your mind allows you to assess your emotions and responses objectively. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about retreating into oneself, finding solace and stability amidst external chaos. This inner citadel provides a vital pause, enabling you to evaluate your reactions and choose responses that align with your values. By recognizing this inner fortress, you shift from being reactive to intentional in your actions, navigating life's ups and downs with equanimity and poise. This practice fosters emotional balance and resilience, allowing you to face challenges with grace while maintaining inner harmony. 7. Live in accordance with nature. Living in accordance with nature, a central tenet of Stoicism, urges us to align our lives with the natural order of the universe. Accept the impermanence of life and embrace both its joys and challenges. For instance, understand that change is inevitable and challenges are part of human existence. By adopting this mindset, you can cultivate emotional tranquility and fulfillment. Epictetus taught that we should focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, attitudes and responses, while accepting what lies beyond our influence. This principle helps detach from external circumstances, reducing unnecessary emotional suffering. Embracing life's uncertainties and recognizing challenges as opportunities for growth lead to inner freedom and a deeper connection to the natural world, fostering a resilient and serene outlook. 8. Develop emotional detachment. Emotional detachment involves learning to separate your emotions from outcomes or possessions. For example, if you lose a cherished item, instead of being devastated, remind yourself that material things are temporary and not within your complete control. This practice reduces emotional turmoil and promotes inner peace. Stoic philosophers like Seneca emphasize the importance of detaching from external attachments to maintain emotional stability. By understanding the transient nature of possessions and outcomes, you can focus on what truly matters, your values and virtues. Emotional detachment fosters resilience and allows you to navigate life's ups and downs without being overwhelmed by external factors, leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. 9. Cultivate virtue. Stoicism teaches that living a virtuous life, embodying wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, leads to true happiness. Imagine facing a moral dilemma at work. Instead of taking the easy way out, choose the path that aligns with your values of honesty and integrity. By focusing on moral excellence, you can foster emotional stability and fulfillment. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of virtue in his writings, emphasizing that true happiness comes from within, through the cultivation of virtuous character. By prioritizing virtue, you align your actions with your core values, leading to a more meaningful and contented life. This focus on virtue helps you navigate challenges with integrity, fostering a sense of inner peace and resilience. 10. Embrace the present moment. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in the present. For example, when spending time with loved ones, fully engage in the moment rather than worrying about past mistakes or future uncertainties. This practice enhances your emotional well-being and fosters a deeper connection with those around you. Seneca often advised against being consumed by worries about the past or future, advocating for mindfulness and presence in the current moment. By focusing on the here and now, you can reduce unnecessary anxiety and appreciate the beauty of the present. Embracing the present moment leads to a more centered and peaceful state of mind, allowing you to experience life's joys and challenges with greater clarity and gratitude. In summary, incorporating Stoic principles into your daily life can be a transformative journey toward emotional mastery and a happier existence. By practicing techniques like pausing and breathing, recognizing your inner citadel, and embracing the present moment, you can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and resilience. Remember, the power to control your emotions lies within you. By identifying triggers, reframing perspectives, and living in accordance with nature, you can foster a mindset of acceptance and intentionality. These ancient wisdoms not only help you manage your emotional responses, but also lead to personal growth and inner peace. Have you ever wondered what it takes to lead a truly fulfilling and resilient life? In a world full of constant changes and uncertainties, finding lasting happiness and inner peace might seem elusive. However, ancient wisdom and modern psychology both suggest that the keys to a balanced and contented life lie within our own control. This guide explores 12 timeless principles that can transform your mindset and approach to life, helping you navigate challenges with grace and seize opportunities with confidence. From understanding the transit nature of both joy and sorrow to embracing the power of being present, these principles offer a roadmap for personal growth and well-being. We'll delve into how happiness is a personal choice that stems from within, why accepting what you cannot control brings peace, and how taking risks can lead to greater rewards. Each section is enriched with vivid examples to illustrate how these ideas can be applied in everyday life, making them not just abstract concepts, but practical tools for your journey towards a more fulfilling existence. Number 1, happiness is a personal choice. Happiness is a deeply personal state that arises from within, shaped significantly by one's mindset rather than external circumstances. Imagine waking up to a gloomy, rainy day. While some may feel down and unmotivated, others might see it as an opportunity to enjoy a cozy day indoors, read a book, or indulge in a warm cup of tea. This difference in perception highlights that happiness is a choice. External factors like social media often create unrealistic standards and comparisons that detract from genuine happiness. Consider Jane, who constantly checks her social media feed, comparing her life to the seemingly perfect lives of others. This habit leaves her feeling inadequate and unhappy. One day, she decides to take a break from social media. Gradually, she notices a positive shift in her mood and starts appreciating the small joys in her own life, like spending time with loved ones and pursuing hobbies. By disconnecting from these external pressures and focusing on cultivating a positive mindset, individuals can find true contentment, embracing gratitude, engaging in activities that bring joy, and surrounding oneself with positive influences are practical steps towards making happiness a personal choice, independent of external validation. 2. Everything is temporary. Life's ebb and flow teaches us that both good and bad times are fleeting. This perspective can be incredibly empowering. For instance, when facing a tough situation like losing a job, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and hopeless. But by remembering that this hardship is temporary, one can muster the strength to persevere. Take John, who was laid off unexpectedly. Initially devastated, he reminded himself that this was just a phase. He used the opportunity to upskill, network, and eventually found a better position that aligned more with his passions. Similarly, good times should be savored because they, too, are transient. Sarah, for instance, celebrated her promotion with gratitude, knowing it marked a significant milestone but wasn't a permanent fixture. By embracing both highs and lows with equanimity, one can navigate life with a balanced and resilient mindset. This acceptance of life's temporariness fosters a deeper appreciation for the present moment, helping us to cherish the good and calmly endure the bad. 3. Life isn't fair. Accepting that life isn't always fair is a crucial step toward personal empowerment. Everyone faces different challenges and circumstances. For example, Emma, born into a less privileged background, faced significant hurdles in pursuing her education. Instead of lamenting her situation, she took charge of her future by working part-time jobs, applying for scholarships, and utilizing community resources. Her determination paid off, and she eventually graduated with honors. Conversely, Jack, who seemed to have everything handed to him, faced his own struggles when his family business collapsed. He realized that his previous advantages didn't exempt him from life's trials. Both Emma and Jack illustrate that life's fairness isn't guaranteed, but personal responsibility and resilience are key to overcoming challenges. By focusing on what can be controlled and proactively seeking solutions, individuals can navigate life's inherent unfairness and emerge stronger. 4. Taking risks. Avoiding risks is often the greatest risk of all. Embracing uncertainty is essential for growth and success. Consider Lisa, who left her stable job to start her own business. The initial phase was filled with uncertainty and setbacks, but her willingness to take that leap led to the creation of a successful enterprise. Similarly, Michael, who decided to move to a new city for better career opportunities, faced numerous challenges, but ultimately found a job that fulfilled his professional aspirations. Taking risks in relationships is equally important. For instance, Alex, after a series of failed relationships, decided to be more open and vulnerable with his feelings. This risk paid off when he met someone who appreciated his authenticity, leading to a meaningful and lasting relationship. These examples demonstrate that embracing risks, despite the fear of failure, often leads to significant personal and professional rewards. 5. The power of being present. Living in the present is crucial for a fulfilling life. While planning for the future is necessary, it shouldn't overshadow current actions. Consider Anna, who was always focused on her future career goals, often missing out on important family moments. When she started practicing mindfulness, she learned to appreciate her present interactions and experiences, leading to a more balanced and joyful life. Dwelling on the past is similarly unproductive. Mark, who constantly replayed past mistakes in his mind, found himself trapped in a cycle of regret. By shifting his focus to the present, he began to engage more fully in his daily activities and relationships, finding a new sense of peace and satisfaction. Embracing the present moment allows for more meaningful connections and experiences, enhancing overall well-being and happiness. 6. The trap of overthinking. Overthinking can lead to unnecessary stress and paralysis. Take Maria, who spent hours agonizing over every decision, big or small. This habit left her exhausted and anxious. One day, she decided to adopt a more proactive approach. Instead of dwelling on potential outcomes, she started making decisions quickly and confidently. This shift not only reduced her stress, but also increased her productivity and satisfaction. Similarly, Tom, who often second-guessed his abilities at work, found himself stuck in a cycle of self-doubt. By taking action, even in small steps, he began to build confidence and competence, breaking free from the trap of overthinking. Taking action, even imperfectly, is often the best way to overcome the paralysis of analysis. It leads to learning, growth, and ultimately, a more fulfilling life. 7. Follow your passion and choose your career wisely. Pursuing a career that aligns with personal interests leads to greater satisfaction and efficiency. Consider David, who worked in a corporate job that he found unfulfilling. Realizing his passion for photography, he started taking classes and building a portfolio. Eventually, he transitioned into a career as a professional photographer, finding much greater fulfillment and success. Investing time in developing relevant skills is essential. Emily, who loved writing, dedicated herself to improving her craft through workshops and practice. Her efforts paid off when she became a published author, turning her passion into a rewarding career. By following one's passion and choosing a career wisely, individuals can experience greater job satisfaction, personal fulfillment, and professional success. 8. Your mind is your greatest ally and adversary. Mindset determines success. Cultivating a positive and growth-oriented inner dialogue is crucial. Take Jane, who often doubted her abilities. By practicing positive affirmations and focusing on her strengths, she began to see improvements in her performance and confidence. Her mindset shift transformed her from her own worst critic to her greatest supporter. Similarly, recognizing and addressing negative self-talk can lead to better outcomes. Mike, who frequently told himself he wasn't good enough, started challenging these thoughts and reframing them positively. This change in mindset led to increased self-esteem and success in his personal and professional life. Being self-aware and nurturing a supportive mindset can significantly enhance life outcomes and personal growth. 9. Accept what you cannot control. One of the core principles of Stoicism is understanding and accepting the difference between what you can control and what you cannot. For example, Susan faced a major health diagnosis that she couldn't change. Instead of dwelling on her lack of control over the illness, she focused on her response to it. She adopted a healthier lifestyle, followed her treatment plan diligently, and maintained a positive outlook. Trying to change things beyond your control leads to frustration and wasted effort. Instead, focus on your actions, thoughts, and responses. This acceptance brings peace and reduces unnecessary stress. By concentrating on what you can control, like your attitude and efforts, you can navigate life's challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of inner calm. 10. Practice. Gratitude. Cultivating gratitude can significantly enhance your perspective on life. By regularly acknowledging and appreciating what you have, you can shift your focus away from what you lack. For instance, Daniel started a daily gratitude journal, listing 3 things he was thankful for each day. This simple practice shifted his mindset from scarcity to abundance, improving his overall mental well-being. Gratitude fosters contentment and encourages a positive outlook on life. Emily, who often felt overwhelmed by her responsibilities, began expressing gratitude for the support of her family and friends. This shift helped her feel more supported and less stressed. Practicing gratitude can improve mental well-being, foster contentment, and encourage a positive outlook on life, making it a powerful tool for personal growth. 11. Embrace adversity as growth. Challenges and setbacks are inevitable, but they also present opportunities for growth and self-improvement. For example, after failing to secure a promotion, Kevin used the experience as motivation to improve his skills and performance. This adversity pushed him to become more competent and eventually led to a more significant career advancement. Embrace adversity as a chance to develop resilience, learn new skills, and become a stronger individual. Lisa, who faced financial difficulties, learned to budget effectively and find creative solutions to her problems. Each obstacle is a stepping stone toward becoming a more capable and wise person. By viewing challenges as opportunities for growth, one can develop the resilience and strength needed to navigate life's complexities. 12. Maintain a healthy body and mind. Physical health and mental well-being are closely linked. Regular exercise, a balanced diet, and sufficient sleep contribute to overall well-being. For instance, Mark, who struggled with stress, started jogging regularly and noticed significant improvements in his mood and energy levels. Additionally, practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and regular self-reflection can help maintain mental clarity and emotional stability. Sarah, who dealt with anxiety, found relief through daily meditation and mindfulness practices. Taking care of your body and mind is essential for leading a balanced and fulfilling life. By prioritizing health, individuals can enhance their quality of life and achieve a harmonious balance between physical and mental well-being. In conclusion, as we conclude this exploration of 12 foundational principles for a fulfilling and resilient life, it's essential to recognize that true transformation begins with small, consistent changes in mindset and behavior. These principles, rooted in ancient wisdom and supported by modern psychology, offer practical guidance for navigating life's complexities with grace and purpose. Remember that happiness is a personal choice that comes from within, independent of external circumstances. Embrace the temporary nature of all experiences, savoring the good moments and facing challenges with composure. Accepting life's inherent unfairness empowers you to take responsibility and find proactive solutions to your problems. Your risks reduce stress and enhance decision-making. Following your passion and choosing a career wisely can lead to greater satisfaction and success. Your mindset is your greatest ally and adversary, shaping your reality through your inner dialogue. By accepting what you cannot control and focusing on your actions and responses, you can cultivate inner peace and reduce unnecessary stress. Practicing gratitude shifts your perspective from scarcity to abundance, fostering a positive outlook on life. Embracing adversity as an opportunity for growth builds resilience and strength, while maintaining a healthy body and mind ensures overall well-being. By integrating these principles into your daily life, you can create a more balanced, fulfilling, and resilient existence. As you move forward, reflect on these principles and consider how you can apply them to your unique circumstances. Each small step you take towards embracing these ideas brings you closer to a life of wisdom, balance, and true contentment. The journey towards a wiser, more balanced, and happier you begins with the choices you make today. Embrace these timeless principles and let them guide you towards a more fulfilling life. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt the tension without anyone saying a word? Or perhaps you've met someone whose smile made you feel instantly at ease. These experiences highlight the incredible power of non-verbal communication. In a world where words often take center stage, it's easy to overlook the silent signals that profoundly shape our interactions. But what if you could decode these hidden messages to understand people better and improve your relationships? Join us on a journey into the fascinating realm of body language and non-verbal cues, where the eyes, face, gestures, and even personal space reveal the unspoken truths behind our words. By learning to read these signs, you'll gain a powerful tool for enhancing your emotional intelligence and connecting more deeply with others. 1. Focus on the eyes. The eyes are often called the windows to the soul, capable of revealing a vast array of emotions and thoughts. Observing someone's eyes can provide deep insights into their honesty, interest, and emotional state. For example, consider a job interview scenario. The candidate who maintains steady eye contact is perceived as confident and truthful. This direct gaze not only signals confidence, but also builds a connection with the interviewer, fostering trust. Conversely, a person who frequently averts their gaze might be experiencing discomfort, shyness, or even deceit. Imagine a situation where a friend is recounting a story about a recent trip. If they avoid eye contact or their eyes dart around nervously, it may indicate they're not being entirely truthful or they feel uneasy discussing the topic. Pupil dilation is another critical indicator. When someone is genuinely interested in what you're saying, their pupils tend to dilate. This physiological response is involuntary and can be quite revealing in social interactions. Picture a date where your companion's pupils are noticeably larger when you're sharing a story. They're likely very engaged and interested in you. Expressions involving the eyes, such as raised eyebrows or narrowed eyes, also convey specific emotions. Raised eyebrows can signal surprise or interest. For instance, if you share an exciting piece of news with a colleague and their eyebrows shoot up, it shows they are genuinely intrigued. On the other hand, narrowed eyes often indicate suspicion or skepticism. If someone narrows their eyes while listening to you, it might be a cue that they doubt the truth or clarity of your statement. Understanding these subtle eye movements and expressions can greatly enhance your ability to read and respond to the emotions and intentions of those around you, making your interactions more meaningful and authentic. Decoding facial expressions. Facial expressions are powerful indicators of a person's emotional state, revealing feelings that might not be expressed verbally. For example, during a conversation, a genuine smile, one that reaches the eyes and causes crow's feet, indicates true happiness and engagement. Imagine greeting a friend you haven't seen in years. Their face lights up with a genuine smile, reflecting their joy and warmth towards you. In contrast, subtle expressions like a slight frown or furrowed brows can signal concern, confusion, or concentration. Picture a meeting where a team member furrows their brow while reviewing a proposal. This might suggest they have questions or reservations about the content, prompting you to address their concerns directly. Tense facial muscles are often a sign of stress or discomfort. For instance, if a colleague's jaw is clenched and their smile appears forced during a presentation, it likely indicates they are nervous or uncomfortable with the situation. Recognizing these cues can help you provide support or adjust your approach to make them feel more at ease. 3. Gestures and body language. Gestures and overall body posture convey messages that words might not fully express. For example, crossed arms can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a scenario where you're giving feedback to an employee. If they cross their arms and lean back, it might suggest they are feeling defensive or disagree with your points. Conversely, leaning forward and maintaining an open posture with arms relaxed and uncrossed shows interest and engagement. In a classroom setting, students who lean forward and nod occasionally are actively listening and absorbing the information being presented. Touching the face can be a sign of anxiety or uncertainty. Picture someone scratching their chin or covering their mouth while making a decision. These gestures often indicate that they are unsure and possibly second-guessing their choices. Recognizing these signs can guide you in offering reassurance or additional information to help them feel more confident. 4. Observing micro-expressions. Micro-expressions are brief, involuntary facial expressions that reveal genuine emotions, often occurring in fractions of a second. These fleeting expressions can be crucial in understanding someone's true feelings. For instance, a flash of fear, widened eyes and raised eyebrows during a tense conversation might indicate the person is feeling threatened or anxious, even if they are verbally expressing calm. Similarly, a quick expression of disgust, characterized by a wrinkled nose and raised upper lip, can reveal true feelings about a subject being discussed. Imagine someone briefly showing disgust while talking about a particular task at work. This micro-expression could indicate their true dislike or discomfort with the assignment, despite any positive statements they make. Happiness is often revealed through a genuine smile, but a micro-expression of joy might appear even if someone tries to conceal their happiness. For example, receiving unexpected praise might trigger a fleeting smile before they compose themselves, indicating their genuine pleasure at the compliment. 5. Monitoring vocal tone and pitch. Changes in vocal tone, pitch, and speed can provide significant clues about a person's emotional state. A higher pitch often suggests anxiety or deception. For instance, during a stressful situation, a person's voice might rise as they attempt to explain themselves, indicating nervousness or a lack of confidence in their words. A steady, calm tone, on the other hand, often signals confidence and sincerity. Imagine a leader addressing their team during a crisis. Their calm, measured speech can reassure and instill confidence in the team, even if the situation is challenging. Rapid speech can signify nervousness or excitement. Picture someone excitedly sharing news about a promotion. Their words may come quickly, and their pitch might rise, reflecting their enthusiasm and joy. Conversely, someone speaking quickly during an interrogation might be trying to cover their tracks or fabricate details, indicating possible deceit. 6. Analyzing personal space. Personal space preferences can reflect comfort levels and intentions. For instance, standing close to someone can indicate familiarity or intimacy. In a social setting, close friends or family members are comfortable being physically close, reflecting their strong emotional bonds. Maintaining a greater distance can signify formality or discomfort. In a professional setting, maintaining a respectful distance during conversations indicates professionalism and respect for personal boundaries. Conversely, invading someone's personal space can be seen as aggressive or overly intimate. Imagine a salesperson stepping too close during a pitch, making the customer feel uneasy and defensive. 7. Evaluating handshakes. A handshake can reveal much about a person's personality and emotional state. A firm handshake suggests confidence and assertiveness. For example, in a business meeting, a firm handshake at the beginning can set a positive tone, indicating the person's confidence and readiness to engage. A limp handshake may indicate insecurity or reluctance. Imagine meeting someone who offers a weak, hesitant handshake. This might suggest they are unsure of themselves or not fully committed to the interaction. A prolonged handshake can be a sign of dominance or eagerness. For instance, a person who holds on a bit too long might be trying to assert control or make a lasting impression. 8. Notice fidgeting. Fidgeting behaviors, such as tapping feet or drumming fingers, often signal nervousness or impatience. Imagine a student waiting for exam results. If they are constantly fidgeting, it likely indicates their anxiety and impatience. Recognizing these signs can help you offer reassurance or distractions to ease their tension. Conversely, stillness can reflect calmness and self-control. Picture a negotiator in a high-stakes discussion who remains perfectly still and composed. Their lack of fidgeting signals confidence and control, potentially giving them an advantage in the negotiation. 9. Paying attention to posture. A person's posture provides significant insights into their feelings and attitudes. An open posture, with arms relaxed and not crossed, shows openness and confidence. In a job interview, a candidate who sits up straight and keeps their arms open is likely confident and eager to engage. A closed posture, such as crossing arms or hunching, can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a participant in a group discussion who sits with their arms crossed and shoulders hunched. This body language suggests they feel defensive or are not comfortable with the topic being discussed. 10. Watching for incongruence. When verbal and non-verbal messages do not align, it often signals deceit or internal conflict. For example, if someone verbally expresses confidence but avoids eye contact or displays nervous tics, their body language contradicts their words, suggesting they might not be entirely truthful or comfortable. In another scenario, consider a person who claims to be relaxed but is constantly fidgeting and showing tense facial expressions. This incongruence between their words and actions reveals their internal struggle or deceit. Being attuned to these inconsistencies can help you better understand the true feelings and intentions of those you interact with, enhancing your communication and emotional intelligence. In conclusion, mastering the art of reading non-verbal communication opens a gateway to deeper understanding and more meaningful connections. From the subtle flicker of a micro-expression to the telltale signs in a handshake, these silent signals offer profound insights into the emotions and intentions of those around us. By honing your ability to interpret these cues, you can navigate social interactions with greater empathy and awareness, enhancing both personal and professional relationships. Imagine the advantages of detecting honesty in a business deal through eye movements, or recognizing a friend's discomfort through their body language. These skills empower you to respond more effectively and compassionately, fostering trust and cooperation. As you continue to explore and practice these techniques, you'll find yourself more attuned to the complex, unspoken dance of human interaction. At Wiser, we believe that understanding and leveraging non-verbal communication is a cornerstone of emotional intelligence. Stay with us as we delve deeper into this and other facets of personal growth and wisdom. Together, we'll unlock the secrets of effective communication, paving the way for a more connected and insightful life.
Here are 10 ways to stop people from disrespecting you and take control of how you're treated starting today. Ever felt the sting of someone cutting you off mid-sentence or dismissing your opinions like they don't matter? It's frustrating, isn't it? But here's the truth. People will treat you how you allow them to treat you. In the next few minutes, you'll learn the exact strategies to stop disrespect in its tracks and earn the respect you deserve in every area of your life. Here's where it gets interesting. Most people think respect comes naturally or that you have to demand it aggressively. That's a mistake. The real secret? It starts with subtle shifts in how you communicate, how you set boundaries, and even how you carry yourself. One of these tips is so simple yet so powerful that it can transform how people treat you today. But before we dive in, here's what you need to know. These aren't just random ideas. They're proven strategies that work in real life, even for the toughest relationships and situations. If you've been tolerating disrespect for too long, or feeling unsure how to address it without creating conflict, this video will show you exactly what to do. Stick with me to the end, and you'll not only have the tools to stop disrespect, but also to command respect naturally. No shouting, no drama, just quiet, undeniable power. Let's dive in. 1. Set clear boundaries. If you don't define your boundaries, someone else will define them for you, and they'll likely put themselves first. Imagine this. You're hosting a party at your house, and a guest starts rummaging through your fridge without asking. Most people would feel uncomfortable, but they wouldn't say anything, thinking, I don't want to make it awkward. But here's the truth. By staying silent, you've silently allowed that behavior. This applies to every area of life. Your time, energy, emotions, and even your dignity. Jordan Peterson would remind us that chaos thrives in the absence of order. Alan Watts might say, it's your failure to set boundaries that invites disrespect because you haven't honored yourself first. Tony Robbins would passionately shout, raise your standards, and they're all right. Think about a time someone ignored your wishes or overstepped your comfort zone. Did you brush it off? Why? Because confrontation felt worse than enduring the disrespect? That's a lie we tell ourselves to avoid temporary discomfort, but it causes lasting damage. Setting boundaries is not about being rude or domineering. It's about clarity. When you respect yourself enough to say, this is what I will not tolerate, you signal to others how to treat you. Be polite, but firm. You can say, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is my space. Or, I'm happy to help, but I need a heads up next time. Boundaries are your invisible armor, and every time you enforce them, you strengthen them. People might test you at first, but over time they'll recognize that crossing those lines has consequences. It's not selfish to protect your dignity, it's the foundation of mutual respect. And if you don't build that foundation, no one will build it for you. 2. Respect yourself. First. Respect is a mirror. How you see yourself is often how others will see you. Think about it. Would you take advice on fitness from someone who doesn't even work out? Or financial wisdom from someone drowning in debt? The same principle applies to respect. If you don't show yourself respect, why should anyone else? Imagine this. You're running late, and instead of eating something nutritious, you grab a bag of chips. You skip your morning routine because you feel overwhelmed. By the time you face the world, you're frazzled and off balance. This might seem like a small thing, but every neglected action sends a subtle message to your subconscious. I don't value myself enough to prioritize my needs. When you don't value yourself, others pick up on that energy. To earn respect, you must first embody it. This means keeping your promises to yourself, whether it's showing up to the gym, committing to self-care, or even speaking kindly to yourself when you make mistakes. Respect begins in the little decisions, standing tall, looking people in the eye, and speaking with conviction. When you respect yourself, you exude an unspoken confidence that others can't ignore. It's not arrogance, it's self-assurance. You're saying to the world, I'm worth treating well. This doesn't just change how people treat you, it changes how you handle challenges. You're less likely to accept mistreatment because you know your worth. So, the next time someone interrupts you or dismisses your opinions, ask yourself, have I shown myself enough respect to demand better? It starts with you. When you carry yourself like someone who matters, people can't help but notice, and they'll follow your lead. Respect is contagious, but it has to begin within. 3. Be assertive, not aggressive. There's a fine line between standing up for yourself and bulldozing over others. Assertiveness is the art of speaking your truth with confidence and clarity without resorting to aggression. It's about saying, I matter, and so do you. But here's the catch. Most people confuse assertiveness with confrontation, and that fear keeps them silent. Picture this. You're in a meeting, and a colleague cuts you off mid-sentence. Your heart races, and you freeze. You think, if I push back, they'll think I'm rude. So you let it slide. But later you replay the moment over and over, frustrated not just with them, but with yourself. The truth is, assertiveness doesn't have to create conflict. Instead of snapping back with, "Can you stop interrupting me?" you could calmly say, "I'd like to finish my point, then I'm happy to hear your thoughts." Notice the difference? The first response fuels tension, the second diffuses it while firmly reclaiming your space. Being assertive is about communicating with calm authority. Use I statements to express how you feel without blaming others. For example, I feel undervalued when my ideas are overlooked, instead of, you never listen to me. This approach keeps the conversation productive and keeps you in control of your emotions. Remember, assertiveness isn't just about defending yourself. It's about teaching others how to interact with you. When you address disrespect directly and calmly, you're setting a precedent. I won't accept less than respect, but I'll handle it with grace. Practice this skill daily, even in small ways. Say no to commitments you can't handle. Speak up when someone crosses a line. Assertiveness is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes, and the less likely anyone will dare to disrespect you. 4. Don't tolerate disrespect. Respect is not just given, it's maintained through consistent reinforcement of your boundaries. Every time you overlook disrespect, you unintentionally signal that such behavior is acceptable. Think back to moments when someone made a snide remark or belittled your efforts, and you chose to laugh it off or stay silent. Maybe you thought, it's not worth the fuss, but each instance accumulates, eroding your self-worth and inviting more of the same treatment. Imagine you're a gatekeeper of a castle. If you allow trespassers to enter unchallenged, soon the castle becomes overrun and its value diminishes. Your personal boundaries are much like that castle. By not addressing disrespect, you're leaving the gates wide open. It's essential to address issues as they arise, not with hostility, but with firm clarity. Confrontation doesn't have to be a battle. It can be a dialogue. The next time someone crosses a line, address it promptly. You might say, "I didn't appreciate that comment. Let's keep our interactions respectful." This approach is direct, yet maintains the dignity of both parties. It prevents resentment from building up and promotes healthier communication. Remember, people often test limits, sometimes unconsciously. By standing up the first time disrespect occurs, you set a clear standard. You're teaching others how to treat you. This doesn't just apply to blatant disrespect, but also to subtle behaviors, interruptions, disregard for your time, or dismissive attitudes. It's also crucial to reflect on why you might tolerate disrespect. Are you afraid of conflict? Do you worry about losing relationships? Understand that any relationship requiring you to endure disrespect is not a relationship worth keeping. Prioritizing your self-respect may mean making tough choices about who you allow in your life. Ultimately, refusing to tolerate disrespect is an act of self-love. It's declaring to the world and to yourself that you deserve to be treated with dignity. By holding firm to this standard, you not only uplift yourself, but also encourage others to rise to the occasion. 5. Choose your company wisely. You are the average of the people you spend the most time with, and that includes how much respect you receive. If you're constantly surrounded by people who belittle you, dismiss your ideas, or undermine your confidence, it's time to reevaluate your circle. Think about it. Would you let someone plant weeds in your garden and expect the flowers to thrive? The same goes for your personal relationships. Take a moment to reflect on your interactions. Are there people in your life who make you feel small, unheard, or unimportant? Maybe it's the friend who always interrupts your stories, the coworker who takes credit for your ideas, or even a family member who never acknowledges your efforts. Their behavior isn't just a reflection of them, it's also a reflection of what you've been willing to accept. Surrounding yourself with the right people can transform the way you experience respect. Seek out individuals who uplift you, challenge you constructively, and value your presence. These are the people who will celebrate your wins, stand by you in tough times, and never take advantage of your kindness. This isn't about cutting people off recklessly. It's about making intentional choices. If someone consistently disrespects you, despite your efforts to address it, it might be time to step back or limit your interactions. Protecting your energy isn't selfish. It's necessary. Start small. Spend more time with those who treat you well and less time with those who don't. Build new connections with people who align with your values and appreciate your worth. Over time, you'll notice a shift. When you're surrounded by respect, you'll naturally demand it from everyone else. Choosing your company wisely isn't just about relationships. It's about creating an environment where you can thrive and where respect becomes the standard, not the exception. 6. Improve your communication skills. Respect isn't just about what you expect from others. It's also about how you express yourself. Clear, confident communication is a powerful tool that can either command respect or invite disregard. Think of communication like a bridge. If it's poorly constructed, it collapses under pressure, leaving misunderstanding and disrespect in its wake. But when it's strong and intentional, it connects people with clarity and mutual respect. Picture this. You're in a conversation and someone interrupts you. You feel the frustration rise, but instead of addressing it, you trail off, letting them dominate. Later, you regret not standing your ground. This happens because we're often unprepared to navigate these moments. Strong communication skills change that. Start by speaking with confidence. Confidence doesn't mean shouting or demanding attention. It's about delivering your words with clarity and conviction. Avoid filler words like or maybe, which can undermine your message. For example, instead of saying, "I guess I'd like to share something," say, "I have a point I'd like to make." Simple shifts like this can dramatically alter how others perceive you. Active listening is equally important. When you truly listen, you show respect to others, and they're more likely to reciprocate. Maintain eye contact, nod to show engagement, and respond thoughtfully. This creates a foundation of mutual respect that makes it easier to demand the same. Finally, learn to manage your tone. A calm, steady voice conveys authority and self-assurance. Even when addressing disrespect, avoid raising your voice or sounding defensive. Instead, Use assertive but respectful language like, "I'd appreciate it if we could keep this discussion constructive." Mastering communication takes practice, but it's one of the most effective ways to stop people from disrespecting you. When you articulate your thoughts with clarity, confidence, and respect, you'll naturally earn the same in return. 7. Lead by example. Respect is a two-way street, and the best way to teach others how to treat you is to model that behavior yourself. Think of it this way. If you want to be respected, you must first show respect, not just to others, but also in how you carry yourself and interact with the world. People take their cues from you, and your actions set the tone for the relationships around you. Imagine you're at work, and a heated discussion unfolds. Instead of jumping in with accusations or letting frustration dictate your tone, you take a breath, listen actively, and respond thoughtfully. By maintaining composure and respecting everyone involved, you subtly communicate, "This is how I expect to be treated too." When you lead with respect, you're teaching others that you value yourself and those around you. This could mean being punctual to meetings, showing gratitude, or acknowledging others' contributions. These small, consistent acts reinforce the idea that you hold respect as a non-negotiable standard. But here's the twist. Leading by example doesn't mean being a pushover. You can be kind without being weak, respectful without tolerating disrespect. If someone crosses a boundary, address it calmly but firmly. For instance, say, "I appreciate your feedback, but the tone feels dismissive. Let's keep this constructive." By doing so, you demonstrate respect for the conversation while holding others accountable. Respectful leadership inspires others to rise to your level. People are drawn to those who exude calm authority and fairness, and they're more likely to reflect those qualities back. When you embody the respect you expect, it creates a ripple effect. The result? A stronger foundation of mutual respect in every relationship and interaction. Lead by example, and watch how the world starts treating you differently. 8. Build confidence. Confidence is your shield against disrespect. When you truly believe in your worth, others sense it, and they're far less likely to challenge it. Think of someone you admire who carries themselves with unwavering confidence. They don't have to demand respect. It seems to flow to them naturally. Why? Because confidence radiates an unspoken message. I know who I am, and I won't settle for less. Now imagine yourself walking into a room where everyone's attention shifts to you, not because you're loud or flashy, but because of the way you carry yourself. Your posture is upright, your steps are deliberate, and your energy exudes self-assurance. That's the power of confidence. It's not about arrogance, it's about knowing your value and projecting it effortlessly. But here's the thing, confidence isn't something you're born with. It's something you build. Start by keeping promises to yourself, no matter how small. If you say you'll wake up early, follow through. If you commit to learning a new skill, dedicate yourself to it. Each fulfilled promise strengthens your trust in yourself, and that trust is the foundation of confidence. Confidence also grows when you step outside your comfort zone. Every challenge you overcome reinforces the belief that you can handle more. Whether it's speaking up in a meeting, trying a new activity, or asserting yourself in a difficult conversation, these small victories add up. When you're confident, you won't tolerate disrespect because you know you deserve better. If someone challenges your value, you won't crumble, you'll stand firm. Confidence isn't loud, it's steady. It's not about proving others wrong, but about knowing deep down that you're right to demand respect. Build it piece by piece, and you'll find that disrespect doesn't just bounce off your shield, it stops showing up at all. 9. Stand up for yourself. There comes a moment when you need to draw the line, not with anger, but with unwavering resolve. Standing up for yourself isn't about being combative. It's about showing others and yourself that you refuse to accept disrespect. The truth is, the way you respond in those crucial moments defines how people will treat you moving forward. Think about a time when someone spoke to you in a way that made you feel small or dismissed. Maybe you laughed it off or said nothing, thinking, it's not worth the trouble. But afterward, that moment lingered in your mind, replaying like a broken record. That frustration wasn't just about their words, it was about your silence. Standing up for yourself isn't easy, but it's essential. When someone crosses the line, address it directly and calmly. For instance, if a co-worker interrupts you, say, "I wasn't finished speaking. Please let me complete my thought." Or if someone makes a hurtful comment, respond with, "That's not an acceptable way to speak to me." These are simple, powerful phrases that communicate your boundaries without escalating the situation. The key is composure. When you respond calmly, you're in control. People are far less likely to argue with someone who is firm but poised. Overreacting can undermine your message, but steady, respectful confrontation sends a clear signal. I respect myself, and I expect the same from you. Each time you stand up for yourself, you strengthen your confidence and reinforce your boundaries. It's not just about stopping disrespect in the moment. It's about reshaping how people perceive you. Over time, others will learn that you're not someone to be taken lightly, and you'll feel the quiet power of knowing you've reclaimed your dignity. 10. Walk away when needed. Sometimes the most powerful statement you can make is to remove yourself from a situation or relationship where disrespect persists. Walking away doesn't mean you've given up. It means you've chosen yourself. It's a declaration that your peace, dignity, and self-worth are non-negotiable. Imagine this. You've repeatedly asked someone to respect your boundaries, but they ignore you every time. You've tried to address the issue calmly, stood up for yourself, and given them opportunities to change. Yet, the disrespect continues. At some point, you have to ask yourself, what am I holding on to, and at what cost? Walking away isn't always easy, especially if it's a close friend, a partner, or even a long-time colleague. There's an emotional attachment, a history that makes letting go feel painful. But staying in a toxic situation is like clinging to a rope that's burning your hands. The longer you hold on, the more damage it does. When you walk away, you're reclaiming your power. It's a reminder to yourself and to others that you will not tolerate being treated poorly. This doesn't always mean cutting someone out completely. It could mean taking a step back, creating distance, or limiting your interactions to maintain your emotional health. In the end, walking away is an act of self-respect. It's not about punishing the other person. It's about protecting your own well-being. People who truly value you will notice and may even adjust their behavior. And for those who don't, let them go. Life is too short to invest in relationships or situations that drain you. By walking away when needed, you open the door for healthier, more respectful connections to enter your life. Remember, choosing yourself is never the wrong choice. Respect starts with you. And today you've learned 10 powerful ways to stop people from disrespecting you and create the boundaries you deserve. Whether it's setting clear limits, standing up for yourself, or walking away when necessary. Each strategy is a step toward building the respect and confidence that will transform your life. Now it's your turn. Which of these strategies resonated with you the most? Have you ever faced a situation where you had to demand respect? I'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. Share them in the comments below. Let's start a conversation that inspires everyone in our community to live with dignity and strength. If you found this video valuable, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel for more life-changing advice, and share this video with someone who could use these tips today. Your support helps us continue creating content that empowers and uplifts. Thank you for watching, and remember, respect yourself and the world will follow. See you in the next video.
10. Hidden signs. Your boss doesn't value you, and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever felt invisible at work? You put in hours of effort, exceed expectations, and contribute meaningfully, yet the recognition you hope for never comes. Perhaps your ideas are dismissed, or worse, credited to someone else. This feeling of being overlooked can gnaw at your confidence and make you question your worth. But what if this isn't just a fleeting phase, but a reflection of how your boss truly values you? Recognizing the hidden signs of being undervalued isn't merely about ego or pride. It's about clarity and self-respect. In a Stoic sense, it's about understanding what's within your control. You can't force others to value you, but you can choose to see the signs, reflect on their meaning, and decide how to respond. Ignoring these signals can lead to stagnation, dissatisfaction, and a life where you remain a shadow of your potential. The purpose of this video is simple: to help you identify these hidden signs and take proactive steps toward a more fulfilling career. Each sign we'll explore is a subtle clue, often buried beneath day-to-day interactions, yet significant enough to guide your decisions. Let me offer a disclaimer. Context is vital. People act in ignorance or distraction more often than with malice. Before concluding that your boss doesn't value you, it's wise to pause and reflect. Have an honest conversation if needed, as clear communication can dispel assumptions and misunderstandings. As Marcus Aurelius once said, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. With this wisdom in mind, let's examine these signs, not with bitterness, but with clarity and a focus on what truly matters: your growth and well-being. 1. Lack of acknowledgement for your work. Imagine this. You've stayed late, delivered a project ahead of schedule, or resolved a critical issue that saved the company time and money. Yet, when the team gathers, your boss showers praise on others, leaving your contribution unnoticed. Over time, this pattern erodes your confidence and creates a nagging question: do they even see what I bring to the table? From a Stoic perspective, acknowledgement isn't something we control. Epictetus reminds us, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. However, repeated lack of recognition signals something deeper. If your efforts consistently go unnoticed, it may reflect not your worth, but your boss's priorities, or lack thereof. What can you do? Start by documenting your contributions. When the time is right, calmly present them to your boss in a review or one-on-one meeting. Speak not with frustration, but with confidence. For example, I wanted to highlight some projects I've taken the lead on this quarter and discuss how I can contribute further to the team's success. This approach anchors your worth in tangible evidence and invites collaboration. Remember, acknowledgement is a reflection of others, not a measure of your value. Don't let their neglect diminish your internal sense of accomplishment. Seek workplaces or leaders who align with your contributions, but above all, value yourself first. 2. No opportunities for growth. A stagnant role is a silent threat to your potential. If your boss overlooks you for training sessions, fails to mention promotion opportunities, or hesitates to assign challenging projects, it's a sign they don't see you as part of the bigger picture. Growth is not merely an ambition, it's a necessity for your professional well-being. Seneca advises, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." If your workplace denies you this fundamental right, ask yourself, is this the environment that aligns with my aspirations? To address this, take the initiative. Research growth opportunities within or outside your company. Ask for specific feedback on what skills you should develop to qualify for the next level. A direct conversation like, "I'm eager to grow in my role. What steps can I take to better contribute to the team?" shows your dedication and makes your intentions clear. If no path forward emerges, consider whether staying aligns with your goals. Growth comes from environments that challenge and empower you. If this isn't available, moving on may be the most stoic and self-respecting decision you can make. 3. Micromanagement or overbearing oversight. Few things are more suffocating than a boss who constantly hovers over your work. Micromanagement often stems from distrust, which can make even the most capable employee feel inadequate. If your boss rewrites your emails, double-checks every minor detail, or overrides your decisions, it signals they don't trust your expertise. Or worse, they don't want you to shine independently. A Stoic approach reminds us to separate what we can control, our work ethic and attitude, from what we cannot, such as another's insecurities. As Marcus Aurelius noted, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. To counter micromanagement, focus on building trust. Communicate regularly about your progress and results before they ask. For instance, you might say, "Here's the status of the project and how I plan to move forward. Let me know if there's anything specific you'd like adjusted." This preemptive transparency can ease their fears and allow you more freedom over time. However, if their behavior persists despite your efforts, reflect on whether this is an environment conducive to growth. Being trusted to exercise your skills is essential for professional development. If that's not possible, it may be time to seek a role where your independence is valued. As the Stoics teach, protect your energy and focus on what propels you forward. 4. Exclusion from important meetings or projects. Imagine finding out about a major team decision from a co-worker or being left out of a critical meeting where your expertise would have been valuable. Exclusion from key discussions or projects isn't just frustrating, it's a strong indication that your voice isn't valued. Over time, this marginalization can lead to stagnation, making it difficult to showcase your skills or grow professionally. From a Stoic perspective, this exclusion challenges your sense of belonging, but it's also an opportunity for self-reflection. Marcus Aurelius advises, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of dwelling on the slight, assess whether your skills and contributions align with the team's goals. Sometimes exclusion stems from oversight rather than intent. To address this, assertively yet respectfully, make your desire to contribute known. For example, you could say, "I noticed I wasn't included in the recent project planning session. I'd love to offer my insights and support next time." This demonstrates initiative without accusation. If exclusion persists despite your efforts, reflect on the workplace culture. A team that consistently sidelines you may not value your input, or worse, may not align with your growth goals. Your talents deserve a platform where they can thrive, and sometimes that means seeking opportunities elsewhere. 5. Unclear or vague feedback. Imagine receiving the same generic feedback in every review. "You're doing fine. Keep it up." While it might seem harmless, vague or non-existent feedback leaves you in the dark about your performance. How can you improve, excel, or align with expectations if you're never told where you stand? A lack of clarity signals indifference, a dangerous barrier to your growth. As Stoics, we value self-awareness and reflection. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Constructive feedback is vital in this process, as it provides the mirror we need to see ourselves clearly. If your boss is unclear, take the initiative. Request specific feedback with questions like, "What aspects of my work are most valuable to the team, and where can I improve?" Framing the conversation positively shows that you're invested in growth and not merely fishing for validation. However, if clarity remains elusive, document your achievements and assess your performance independently. Seek input from trusted colleagues or mentors to fill the gaps. Long term, consider whether a boss who avoids giving clear guidance aligns with your career ambitions. Your development deserves clarity, not apathy. 6. Favoritism toward others. Few workplace dynamics are as demoralizing as favoritism. When one team member consistently receives the best assignments, praise, or perks, it creates an environment of inequality. If you feel like no matter how hard you work, you're always in someone else's shadow, it's time to consider what this pattern reveals about your boss's priorities. Seneca reminds us, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. While favoritism may seem personal, it often stems from biases or comfort zones rather than deliberate malice. However, understanding this doesn't mean you must accept it passively. To address favoritism, focus on what you can control, your own performance and contributions. Maintain a strong work ethic and document your achievements to ensure they're visible. You might also have a candid conversation with your boss, asking, "Are there additional opportunities where I could contribute and showcase my skills?" This shifts the focus from comparison to collaboration. Yet, if favoritism continues unchecked and stifles your opportunities for growth, ask yourself if this is a team you want to invest in. A workplace built on fairness and merit will always provide a stronger foundation for your future. Do not let another's bias define your worth. Your value is determined by your actions, not their preferences. 7. Unfair workload distribution. Picture this. You're constantly assigned the most challenging tasks while others receive lighter workloads or avoid responsibility altogether. Despite your efforts, the extra work goes unnoticed or unappreciated. Over time, this imbalance can lead to burnout and resentment, making you question if you're being exploited rather than valued. From a Stoic lens, unfair treatment is a test of your resilience and perspective. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have endured countless misfortunes, yet look, still you stand." However, enduring does not mean enabling. Recognizing when an unfair burden is placed on you is the first step toward change. To address this, communicate assertively but diplomatically. For example, you might say, "I've noticed that my workload is significantly heavier compared to others. I'd like to discuss how we can better balance tasks to ensure everyone contributes equally." By framing the issue as a team concern, you minimize defensiveness while advocating for yourself. If the imbalance persists, consider whether the organization aligns with your long-term goals. While hard work is commendable, a workplace that exploits rather than appreciates your efforts will stifle your growth. Remember, your time and energy are finite. Choose to invest them wisely. 8. Lack of personal interest. A boss who shows no curiosity about your well-being, career aspirations, or personal growth sends a clear message. You're seen as a cog in the machine rather than a valued individual. While professionalism doesn't demand friendship, it does require a basic level of respect and human connection. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, "What concerns me is not the way things are, but the way people think things are." A lack of personal interest may stem from a boss who views employees purely in terms of productivity, not individuality. This mindset, while disappointing, reflects more on them than on you. To address this, initiate conversations about your goals and development. Share your aspirations with statements like, "I'm eager to grow in my role and would love your guidance on how I can contribute more effectively to the team." This proactive approach demonstrates your commitment and invites them to engage. However, if their indifference remains, remember that your worth isn't dependent on their recognition. Seek mentorship elsewhere and align yourself with leaders who see your potential. Value yourself as a whole person, not just a worker. This mindset is key to navigating such situations with dignity and strength. 9. Low compensation or no raises. You've delivered results, exceeded expectations, and consistently added value to your team, yet your paycheck remains the same. Low compensation or stagnant wages despite proven performance is one of the clearest signs your boss doesn't value your contributions. It's a financial and symbolic reminder that your efforts are being taken for granted. Seneca wisely stated, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." While this encourages contentment with what we have, it doesn't mean accepting less than you deserve. Compensation reflects respect, both for your skills and the time you dedicate to your work. If you find yourself in this situation, start by researching industry standards for your role. With this information in hand, schedule a meeting with your boss and present a calm, factual case. Based on my contributions and market data, I'd like to discuss adjusting my compensation to reflect my value to the team. If raises are consistently denied or promises remain unfulfilled, consider whether staying aligns with your self-worth. As a professional, you deserve fair pay for your contributions. Pursue roles where your efforts are recognized, both financially and professionally. 10. Frequent criticism without constructive solutions. Criticism, when constructive, is a tool for growth. But when your boss frequently focuses on your flaws without offering guidance to improve, it becomes a source of demoralization rather than development. Over time, constant criticism without solutions can erode your confidence and sense of capability. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears." While criticism may sting, your response determines its impact. Instead of internalizing harsh words, use them as an opportunity to reflect and refine. To navigate this dynamic, seek clarity. The next time you're criticized, ask respectfully, "Could you provide specific examples or guidance on how I can improve?" This shifts the conversation from blame to problem solving and demonstrates your willingness to grow. However, if the criticism remains vague or purely negative, it may reflect more on your boss's leadership than your performance. Surround yourself with mentors and colleagues who provide constructive feedback and encourage your development. A workplace that thrives on tearing others down is not a place for growth. It's a place to outgrow. Value your potential enough to seek an environment that nurtures it. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Identifying these signs is only the first step. What you do next determines whether you grow stronger or remain trapped in a cycle of frustration. As Stoics, we understand that while we cannot control external events, we have full power over how we respond. Here's how you can constructively address these situations. Self-assessment. Before taking action, pause and reflect on your own contributions. Are you meeting or exceeding expectations? Are there areas where you can improve? As Epictetus said, first, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Ensure you're fulfilling your role to the best of your ability, so you approach the issue with integrity. Open communication. The next step is direct but respectful dialogue. Schedule a meeting with your boss to discuss your concerns. For example, say, "I'd like to understand how I can contribute more effectively and align my goals with the team's objectives." Frame the conversation around growth and collaboration rather than confrontation. This Stoic approach focuses on solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. Document achievements. Keep a detailed record of your accomplishments, challenges you've overcome, and any measurable contributions you've made. This provides tangible evidence of your value. When presenting your case, be factual and calm. Your work speaks louder than emotion. Seek support. If the situation doesn't improve, consider seeking guidance from HR, a trusted mentor, or colleagues. Outside perspectives can provide clarity and solutions you might not have considered. Personal growth strategies. Ultimately, growth is in your control. Invest in learning new skills, networking, or exploring lateral moves. If the current environment doesn't align with your aspirations, it's not failure. It's wisdom to seek a place where you can flourish. As Seneca wisely noted, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." Recognizing the hidden signs that your boss doesn't value you is an act of self-respect. It's not about bitterness or resentment, but about clarity and growth. Ignoring these signs can lead to stagnation, but addressing them with courage and wisdom paves the way for a brighter future. The Stoics remind us to focus on what we can control, our actions, our responses, and our decisions. You can't always change your boss or your workplace, but you can choose to advocate for yourself, to grow, and, when necessary, to move on to an environment where your contributions are truly valued. Ultimately, your worth isn't determined by others' recognition. It comes from knowing the value you bring and the integrity with which you carry yourself. As Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Honor your worth by taking steps that align with your principles and ambitions. Remember, prioritizing your professional growth and mental well-being isn't selfish. It's essential. You deserve a workplace that respects and appreciates your contributions. Take action, stay true to your values, and watch as opportunities that align with your worth unfold before you. If you've experienced these signs, share your story in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us next time for more insights on building a wiser, stronger career.
Once upon a time, in an ancient village nestled near a mountain range, there lived a young man named Kaito. He was known for his creativity and resilience, but beneath his optimistic exterior, Kaito felt trapped by invisible chains. His dreams of success in his work and relationships seemed perpetually out of reach. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day in the fields, Kaito found himself wandering a secluded mountain path. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and cherry blossoms, and the path led him to a small temple bathed in twilight. There sat an elderly Zen master named Hiroshi, quietly tending to a bonsai tree. Hiroshi had a reputation for helping people discover clarity and purpose. Drawn to the master's serene presence, Kaito approached cautiously. "Master Hiroshi," he said, bowing deeply, "I feel lost. My ambitions are clear, but something within me holds me back. How can I overcome this?" Hiroshi looked up, his eyes crinkling with a kind smile. "Sit with me, young man. Let us unravel the chains together." Kaito sat cross-legged on the soft grass, and Hiroshi began to speak. "To move forward, you must first let go. There are 10 habits binding you, like weeds choking a blossoming flower. Let me tell you clearly what they are." Hiroshi placed his hands on his knees and began. "The first habit is complaining. Complaining is like standing in a sinking boat. and focusing on the holes instead of finding a way to plug them. It drains your energy and keeps you stuck in the problem. Instead, practice gratitude. Gratitude allows you to see the resources and opportunities around you. For instance, if your work in the fields frustrates you, focus on the strength it has built in your body or the harvest it provides for your family. Gratitude doesn't ignore the challenges. It simply gives you the strength to address them with clarity. Kaito paused, thinking about how often he complained about the hard labor. "I do focus too much on what's wrong," he admitted. "Maybe if I shifted my energy to appreciating what I have, I could start seeing solutions instead of obstacles." He resolved to start each day by listing 3 things he was grateful for. Second, Hiroshi continued, comparison is the thief of joy. Imagine a garden where you constantly compare one flower to another. You'll never appreciate the unique beauty of each bloom. When you compare yourself to others, you undermine your own journey and miss the joy of personal growth. Measure your progress against your past self, not against others. Celebrate their successes as inspiration, not as benchmarks for your worth. Remember, the path you're on is yours alone, shaped by your experiences and dreams. Kaito nodded slowly. "I compare myself to the other farmers all the time, and it makes me feel like I'm not good enough. But if I focus on how far I've come, I might feel more confident about my own path." Third is perfectionism, Hiroshi said. Perfectionism paralyzes action because it convinces you that nothing is good enough unless it's flawless. Waiting for the perfect moment means you never start. Life doesn't demand perfection. It asks for effort and progress. Begin with what you have and refine as you go. Consider the bonsai tree. It doesn't grow in a day. Each snip and adjustment shapes it over time. Your efforts are the same. Start small, and you'll achieve greatness through consistent refinement. "That hits close to home," Kaito said with a rueful smile. "I've been delaying fixing the irrigation system, waiting for the perfect plan. But if I just start with what I can, I'll improve it along the way." The fourth habit is procrastination. Procrastination is like carrying a heavy pack uphill. The longer you wait, the heavier it feels. Break large tasks into smaller, manageable steps. When you focus on one small action, you lighten the load and create momentum. For example, if you dread preparing your tools for the next season, start by cleaning just one. Action, no matter how small, diminishes fear and builds confidence. "I've definitely felt that weight," Kaito admitted. "If I can just start with something small, even if it's just sharpening one tool, maybe I can build momentum." Fifth, Hiroshi continued, is overcommitting. Imagine a single flame trying to light too many candles. It spreads itself too thin and risks extinguishing entirely. When you say yes to everything, you dilute your focus and drain your energy. Learn to prioritize. Say no to what doesn't align with your values and goals so you can say yes to what truly matters. It's not selfish. It's necessary for growth and balance. Kaito sighed. "I hate saying no because I don't want to disappoint people, but I see how it's draining me. I'll practice being more selective about where I spend my energy." The sixth habit is people-pleasing. Living to satisfy others' expectations is like wearing clothes that don't fit. You lose your comfort and identity. Honor your own needs and live authentically. When you respect yourself, others who truly matter will respect you too. For instance, if you feel compelled to agree with someone to keep the peace, pause and ask yourself if doing so aligns with your values. Honesty with yourself and others fosters genuine relationships. "That's a hard one for me," Kaito confessed. "I've been trying to make everyone happy, but it's left me feeling empty. I need to start focusing on what truly matters to me. Seventh is self-doubt, Hiroshi said firmly. Self-doubt is a shadow that grows when you stand still. Reflect on your past achievements to remind yourself of your abilities. You've overcome challenges before, and you'll do so again. Confidence doesn't come from never failing. It comes from knowing you can rise after every fall. Keep a journal of your successes, no matter how small, and revisit it when doubt creeps in. I often forget my own successes, Kaito said thoughtfully. I'll start keeping a journal of my achievements to remind myself of what I'm capable of. The eighth habit is multitasking, Hiroshi explained. Multitasking scatters your focus like seeds thrown to the wind. They rarely land where they'll grow. Deep concentration, on the other hand, is like planting a single seed with care. Focus on one task at a time, and you'll achieve mastery and greater satisfaction. For example, if you're repairing a fence, set aside distractions like conversations until it's finished. Quality work comes from undivided attention. I'm always juggling too many things, Kaito admitted. I'll try focusing on one task at a time and see if it makes a difference. Ninth, Hiroshi continued, is avoiding feedback. Feedback is a mirror that reflects areas for growth. Embrace it with humility and curiosity. Constructive criticism isn't a personal attack. It's a tool for refinement. Seek it out and use it to sharpen your skills and perspective. When someone offers feedback, thank them and ask yourself how it can help you grow. I've always been defensive about criticism, Kaito said. But if I can view it as a chance to learn, I might grow faster. And finally, the 10th habit is neglecting self-care, Hiroshi said, his tone softening. Self-care is not indulgence, it's sustenance. Imagine trying to draw water from an empty well. You cannot give your best to others or your goals if you're depleted. Prioritize rest, nourishment, and activities that rejuvenate your spirit. Whether it's a walk in nature, a moment of meditation, or simply enjoying a cup of tea, these small acts restore balance and energy. I've been burning the candle at both ends, Kaito admitted. I'll start setting aside time each day to recharge, even if it's just a short walk or quiet meditation. Kaito took a deep breath, feeling both humbled and enlightened. Thank you, Master Hiroshi. Your words resonate deeply. I will strive to let go of these habits. Hiroshi smiled warmly. The journey will not be easy, but every step you take will bring you closer to freedom. Remember, transformation begins with awareness and is sustained through action. The moon had risen high by the time their conversation ended. Kaito felt lighter, as if a great burden had been lifted. Bowing deeply, he said, I will not forget your lessons, Master. In the weeks that followed, Kaito applied Hiroshi's teachings. He began each day with gratitude, set boundaries, and tackled his goals with imperfect but determined steps. Slowly, his life transformed. Opportunities blossomed, relationships deepened, and peace replaced his inner turmoil. Word of Kaito's transformation spread, and others sought him out for advice. Remembering Hiroshi's guidance, Kaito shared what he had learned, becoming a beacon of hope for those ready to release their own weeds. And so, the story of Kaito and the 10 habits reminded all who heard it that within each of us lies the power to cultivate success, one thoughtful step at a time.